Okay. Give me a moment. Yeah. Bueno. Shut up. Now, we're gonna start with San Andreas. After that, we'll play Warframe. Yes, we will play Warframe. Like, after San Andreas, we're playing Warframe. No idea how long we'll play San Andreas for. Literally no fucking idea. Give me a moment, I need to check something. Literally, I just have to get the chat going, because as you can see, we have no ghost chat here. Now then. Go. Okay, first of all, let me do the following. First of all, close this. And that, and yes, and start watching. And let me play the disclaimer, because I'm pretty sure it did not play. Yeah, I did not hear it play.
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you
Hey,
suffer
Raphael.
from Asshurt syndrome or any similar syndromes,
about
you've
that.
been warned. This is content for those that
what
are
is it?
not faint of heart
Here.
and can actually take a joke.
I cannot
Watch
switch
under
that
your own discretion.
unless I do
I'm not
this.
viable to any psychological or physical damages
all,
that may occur to you with
let me
this.
do
You've
it
been
this
warned
way.
thrice.
Yeah, where Stack 10k in Cardinal Stack picked up the wrong orbiter full. Feminism is down. Feminism is down, Raphael. Like I said, we're gonna play San Andreas and then we're gonna play Warframe. I have a lot of shit to pick up in Warframe.
Did your parents have any children that lived?
Yes.
Sir, yes, sir. I bet they regret that.
Of course they do.
So ugly you could be a modern art masterpiece. What's your name, fat body?
Sir, Leonard Lawrence, sir.
Lawrence what, of Arabia?
Fuck.
Sir, no, sir.
That name sounds like royalty. Are you royalty?
Sir, no, sir.
Do you suck dicks?
Sir, no, sir.
Bullshit, I'll bet you could suck a golf ball through a garden hose.
Sir, no, sir.
I don't like the name Lawrence. Only faggots and sailors are called Lawrence. From now on, you're Gomer Pyle.
Sir, yes, sir.
Do you think I'm cute, Private Pyle? Do you think I'm funny?
Sir, no, sir.
Then wipe that disgusting grin off your face.
Sir, yes, sir.
Well, any fucking time, sweetheart.
Sir, I'm trying, sir.
Private Pyle, I'm gonna give you 3 seconds. Exactly 3 fucking seconds to wipe that stupid-looking grin off
Sorry
your
if
face.
it's lagging, I need
or
to
will
fix up
gouge
your
out
shit
eyeballs and
about it.
skull fuck you. 1, 2, 3.
Sir, I can't help it.
Bullshit, get on your knees.
Okay, and it's at
scumbag.
760. Not even 1080.
Choke yourself. God damn it, with my hand, numbnuts.
Lie.
Don't pull my fucking hand over there. I said choke yourself. Now lean forward and choke yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Are you through grinning?
Sir, yes, sir.
Bullshit, I can't hear you.
What?
Sir, yes, sir.
Bullshit, I still can't hear you. Sound off like you've got a pair.
Sir, yes, sir.
That's enough.
I guess we're
Get
going
on
on
your
foot.
feet. Private Pyle, you had best square your ass away and start shitting me Tiffany cufflinks, or I will definitely fuck you up.
Sir, yes,
Fuck
sir.
that. Fuck going on foot. We're stealing a car. By the way, don't know if you remember the commands. Some of them are new. Like literally new commands that you guys haven't used in a while. Like such as gag reflex or exclamation gag, exclamation EA. This is war.
Operation Bait Van Winkle is a resounding success.
Then we have
I
exclamation
regard it exactly
seminar.
where we need him to be so we can move forward with a little surprise.
This is war.
Before we begin our next phase, I would like to take some time to address a rumor floating
Also,
around the
yeah.
pit.
Wait.
Some of you have come to believe
Give me a moment, I need to
that
log into
I
that shit.
like war. I wish to dash these rumors. I do not like war. I love war. Through my life, I have discovered so many forms of war. You get up in the morning, you get into your shitty car, and you see a rich CEO who works half as hard as you do drive down the street in his Porsche. Class 4. You make it to work, and you find out that the annual drug
Yeah, I have
test
no
is
chat,
today.
I only have
And
one
you
monitor
just so
now.
happen to take a puff of your one-hitter a couple
only have
nights
one
ago
monitor
before
now,
dinner
so
with your
no
wife's
chat.
awful parents.
So I cannot see shit
Drug war. But then,
on what you guys
find
are
out
saying.
that the only ones being called
Now
in
let's
for
go to the
testing
truth.
are your black and
The
Hispanic
biggest hippie in this
coworkers.
game.
Race war. Then you try and post about it on your Facebook, but then all your friends start arguing about what's right and what's wrong.
Flame war.
You finally get home and you decide to relax by watching a program about who gets the box, what's in the box, how much is what's in the box worth. Storage wars. What I am telling you, my Nazi army of 1,000 vampires, is that I am a purveyor of war. And with your help over the years, we are now at the precipice of our true goal. You see, I want a simple war. No class wars, no drug wars, no race wars, no flame wars, and certainly
No Cold Wars.
Blue bought for 40 years. But I want is a war that only we can bring. A true war. A German war. The sequel you've all been waiting for. I want World War III!
One moment. Shit. One moment, I need to check something. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear myself. Yeah, I can hear myself. Now let's go.
I better not miss a damn thing.
Yeah, let's burn that weed, mofos. Burn it. Time to burn some weed. Dude, the only thing missing is the song from Far Cry 3. What's the song called? From Skrillex. Make them burn. That's the only thing I'm missing here. Come on.
assholes. Right-wing assholes.
I don't feel too good.
It's a crying shame, ain't it?
No, I mean, I think I'm gonna black out.
Fight the ocean and you will drown, brother. Carl, man, we'll take the mothership and get our shit out of here.
Go get her fired up. I'll finish burning, and I'll follow you.
Okay, let's go. To San Fierro. But first, the flamethrower.
We got a chopper on our tail. We'll never shake them now.
Oh yeah, well,
I got a little something back here I was saving for a rainy day.
what do you have back there, man?
Holy motherfucker. Where'd you get that?
Found it in
An
a bag of
RPG?
sticks. Shame, really. I was gonna make it into a lamp.
Oh, no, that's a nice hippie. Boom. Yeah, there you go. It be done. If there is one type of mission I hate in the town we're going now, it's the RC one.
I haven't driven in 15
The plain
years.
RC mission. I hate that.
Yeah, then the fear hit me. Now I'm rolling a number to calm the...
Wrong side.
Shit, I better call Caesar. Hey, Caesar, no time to talk, man. I'm on my way to San Fierro, okay? I'll meet you and Kendall at that garage I won at the races. Holla at y'all later.
Hey, come on. And by the way, this is with no cheats.
What's with all aluminum?
No S1, no Ahmeduddin, no monster trucks.
Induction of images, sound or emotion
Nothing.
using microwave radiation. Do you know how many government satellites are watching any citizen at any moment?
No,
23. Do you know how many religious relics are kept at the Pentagon?
no, I don't.
23. You see a pattern emerging here, man?
Man, I'm seeing patterns all over the place. Get that smoke out my face.
Just to make sure I'm going the right way. No, I'm going the wrong direction. Now let's go to the right direction.
Jesus, we screwed. When'd you get this?
1967.
How you get around if you don't drive?
I have an astral goat called her. She's faster than most, but getting old.
Yeah, whatever, man. You talking shit.
Yeah, that's the hippie. The hippie of the century.
Hey, you want to hit on this?
No.
Temple chairs and a cocktail with some Nepalese munga munga.
Put that thing out, man. I can't see.
Go out, brother. It's good shit.
Put it out, motherfucker. I'm
Yeah, I
waiting.
cannot see that.
Whoa, chill the fuck out. Firstly, you are a real buzz killer, amigo. And secondly, I never made love to my mother. She wouldn't. And thirdly, we're in this together, so be cool.
Sorry, man. I just don't drive when I'm faded.
Sorry I lied to
Mm-hmm.
There she is, brother. San Fierro, city of psychedelic wonders.
Man, I can't believe I ain't been here before.
There ain't a better place to escape the man.
Okay, Mr. San Fierro, where's the spot at?
It's in Doherty, on the east side of Fierro, between Garcia and Easter Basin.
Hey, this thing go any faster?
Man, we got 3 tons of grass on board. The engine block is held together with a macrame hammock, and it's running on 15-year-old cooking oil.
What?
Shit, can you shoot?
Shoot, I'm a hippie. The only thing I've shot is acid. I heard about this dude snorted it once. Thought his nose was a kangaroo and the moon was a dog.
Nice. Talk about hippies being hippies, right? There we go, San Fierro.
This is the place. Whoa, Jesus, dude. Looks like you've been fed a bummer.
It's a dilapidated shop, but we can actually fix it. We can fix it.
Motherfucker!
Yep, he a hippie.
That mute asshole! That fucking snake without a tongue gave me this shithole instead of a pink slip. I must be the biggest fucking idiot in the whole fucking world.
Yes, you are.
Take it easy. At least we're alive.
Carl, friend, fellow traveler, relax, man. You're really killing my fucking vibe here.
Well, I'm sorry I'm fucking up your vibe, old man, but I can't wait to get my hands on that mute with your bitch-ass cousin.
My cousin? You're gonna diss my familia?
Of course I'm gonna diss your familia when she's a
My bad,
puta.
man. I'm just pissed for all of us. I mean, look, we in a
What do you
strange
expect?
place. We got shit to our name, and for once, I try to make something work this garage, and it ain't even a garage.
Then make it into a garage.
Oh, that's a great idea, sis. Won't you shut
Shut
up?
up. Exactly.
Carl, you are a fucking idiot. Your whole life you wanted something for nothing. Now you got something and you don't know what to do with it. We'll make it good enough. We'll help, right?
I got your back, CJ.
And here's a
Stop
fucking
tripping,
joke
man.
about it.
Both of you.
Sweet does not actually appreciate it.
And the energy here, it's fantastic. Oh.
Yeah, all right. But how I'ma find some good mechanics to work up in here, man?
I know a few guys. Come with me, friend. They're good people, I swear it.
Yeah, we're hippies, just like you.
Man, I'm about to ride with this fool again.
Come on, man. There's these 2 guys I know. Used to work on marine engines. Till the mob bought their business over in Vice. Now they try and make ends meet by taking any old job. They're a little bit dull by their habit, but the smoke don't get in the way of their skills with an engine. We'll pick up Jethro first. Last I heard, he was working at a garage over in East Basin.
Hey, man, how you meet these dudes anyway?
I met them at the 89th year of Lovin', apparently.
Apparently.
You know how it is, man. A field of tents, crazy-ass music, a quart of mescaline vodka, polar bears.
Polar bears.
Yeah, go figure. But they were funny guys, man. Great sense of humor. This here's Vietnamese gang territory. Nang boys, shining razors, butterfly children. Watch yourself, dude. These cats are real serious. Hey, Jethro.
Come on.
Hop in, man. I've landed you a real job.
Yeah, that's another hippie.
Kid?
Oh, man, do I owe you? Cause I swear I paid. So, you know, like, what's the deal, dudes?
I'm opening the garage in Doherty by the waste ground. You know, car mods, low riders, all that shit. You down?
Do polar bears shit in the woods?
No, but they've been known to shit in the liquor tent.
Yep.
If I remember it right.
Yeah, that was like so far gone, man.
Now, where's the other guy?
You be so kind as to me.
Oh, he's in the hospital, is he? Let's go.
What we here for anyway?
Nothing. Oh, don't look. Cover your faces. Think about a yellow rubber duck.
What?
Surfing again.
Shh. Okay, I've seen it.
Come on, dude. What's all that about?
You don't want to know.
Why?
Do you know what a subdermal neurophone is?
No.
Exactly. Sometimes it's best to stay in the dark, kid.
Sometimes yes. Depending some subject. Suka!
Dude, Dwayne, man, how's the hot dog business?
It's totally shit. Why? What's happening?
My friend Carl here is opening a chop shop. Jethro's in. How about you?
Yeah, cool, man. I've got like some shit to take care of first, though. So, you tell me where you guys are gonna be at, and I'll meet you dudes
Okay,
there.
give me a moment. I'm gonna play the disclaimer because it did not play.
Disclaimer: this
Okay,
stream
now
is
it
for
played.
mature audiences. If you suffer from Asher's syndrome or
Yeah,
any
here,
similar
hippie.
syndromes, you've been warned.
Oh, it works.
This
Nice.
is content
Nice,
for
nice.
those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke. Watch under your own discretion.
Nice,
I'm
if it
not
works, it's
liable
nice.
to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
Yeah, I had to reset a few things considering I updated to a newer system. And yesterday it actually fucked me over.
You tell me where you guys are gonna be at, and I'll meet you dudes there.
The garage is on the waste grounds in Doherty. I'll see y'all later.
Now, where the fuck are we going? Oh! Nice! Yeah, go fuck yourself. Come on, move up.
Okay, you know the drill. Don't look interested in anything. Pick.
Look, what's going on, True? Who was them dudes?
Go there, man.
Listen to Jethro. Now, what if I told you we never went to the moon? JFK lives in Scotland with Janis Joplin. And the only reason we've been in a Cold War for the last 45 years was because snake-headed aliens run the oil business.
I think you popped another micro dot.
Good. Keep it that way.
Wait, what? The fuck's that all about? How much pot did you smoke?
I'm getting higher.
Oh, shut up, bitch. I'm gonna go to driving school soon. Oh no, it's that annoying mofo.
Leave me alone, Berkeley. This is stalking. Oh, hey, Truth.
Get in. I'll fill you in as we drive. Home, James.
Who's James?
Carl, Zero. Zero, Carl.
What's up?
Carl here is opening a garage around the corner. I told him you're the man to speak to when it comes to electronics.
Actually, I'm the only man to speak to. Grade A tip-top genius, that's me. You should drop by the shop sometime. See some of my shit, bro.
I'll do that.
Yeah, and then buy it.
week of hard work, and we'll transform this place. Hey, Caesar, come over here.
What's up, B?
Caesar, this Jethro, Dwayne, and Zero.
Hey, man. Dude.
Salutations, my sibling.
Orale, let's get to work.
Shit.
Hey, Carl, look. I think I found a way for us to get paid.
I ain't going to no college to study no account.
No, idiot, property.
Decorating
Yep.
ain't exactly my thing either.
No, property development. Look, you buy a dump like this, fix it up, and sell it. Or better yet, you turn the property into a business. The snowball gets bigger.
I don't know, sis. This all sound big time to me.
Look, Carl, this place is gonna get on its feet, and when it does, we are gonna have money. If you wanna make something of yourself, you gotta let your money work for you.
Yeah, investing.
I wouldn't even know where to start.
Look, you two concentrate on the garage and let me work the property thing, okay?
Yeah, that's my baby girl right there, Holmes.
Man, you chose her. I'm stuck with her.
Oh yeah, so true. He chose her. Yet CJ is stuck with her.
Carl, how's San Fierro?
It's fucked up. I can honestly say I wish you was here.
Great. Now you got the present for that friend of mine, right? You know, the one trying to get me and old Officer Pulaski into trouble?
Yeah.
Why don't you put that up in his car and give Wee-Tip a call?
Hey, motherfucker, the code of the streets is that I don't snitch. I don't give a fuck if it kills you, me, my brother. Street cats don't call no cops.
Carl, he's a DA.
Oh, yeah? Well, where I go find him?
He's at the Van Calf Hotel in the Financial.
Oh, for sure.
About fucking time. The DA is on his way to Bangkok Hotel. Move it. Yeah, come on. Do your thing. Nope. Not it. Now there you go. Throw over some Yakuza punk. So. Oh, is that the... Oh, please don't tell me it's that mission. There are two missions I hate, okay? Two missions in this game. One is the train mission, where you play on the dirt cross bike as the driver with Big Smoke shooting, and the other one is from Zero. Okay, yeah, this mission is easy. Come on, move it. Yeah, there you go. Give me that cash.
It's the best you got.
Ah, you must be the new boy.
Get in line. Okay. Blue merit.
Did your parents have any children that lived?
Okay, who was it this time?
I bet they regret that.
Operation
MC, stop it.
God, it's great!
Stop it, MC.
Suicide bombers. What a fun day.
God is great!
This racist to say that sounds good for now.
I would like to take some time to address a rumor floating around the fleet. Some of you have come to believe...
I have no chat, so I can actually guess who the fuck that was.
I wish to dash these rumors.
Do you think I'm cute,
I do
by the
not
ball? Do you
like
think I'm
war.
funny?
Sir, no, sir.
Then wipe that disgusting grin off your face.
Love
Yes, sir.
war.
Well, it
But
ain't
yeah.
fucking time,
Through my life,
sweetheart.
I have discovered so many forms of
Private
war.
Pile, I'm gonna give you 3
You
seconds.
get up in the morning,
Exactly
you
3
get
fucking
into your
seconds.
shitty car,
Wipe that
and you see a
stupid
rich
looking grin off
CEO
your face,
who works half
or I
as
will
hard as you do,
gouge out your
drive down the
eyeballs
street
and
in
skull
his
fuck
Porsche.
you.
Class
1,
4.
2,
You make it to work, and you find out that the annual
shit,
drug
get on
test
your
is
knees,
today.
scumbag.
And you just so happen to take a puff of your one-hitter a couple nights ago before dinner with your wife's awful parents.
God damn it, with my
Drug
hand,
war.
numbnuts.
But then, you find out that the only ones being called in for testing are your black and Hispanic co-workers. Race war. Then you try and post about it on your Facebook, but then all your friends start arguing about what's right and what's wrong.
Oh.
Flame war. You finally get home and you decide to relax by watching a program about who gets the box.
The bomb.
What's in
The
the
bomb, I
box.
forgot the
How
bomb.
much is what's in the box worth? Storage wars.
Private Pile, you had best square your ass away
What
and
I am
start
telling
shitting
you,
me
my
tippity
Nazi
cutlets.
army
Or I
of
will
1,000
definitely
vampires, is that I am a purveyor of war. And with your help over the years, we are now at the precipice of our true goal. You see, I want a simple war. No class wars, no drug wars, no race wars, no flame wars, and certainly no cold wars. Blue bought for 40 years.
122.
What I want is a war that only we can bring. A true war. A German war.
Come on.
The sequel you've all
Move it.
been waiting for. I want World War III!
I better not miss a damn thing.
Nice. How are you doing, MC? How are you doing, man? Now I know we have no chat, so I cannot see it. So after the break, I'm gonna catch up. Like after I press the Windows key, I will catch up to it. So do write your answers here.
Hello? This we tip? I seen something highly suspicious you should come check out.
Mm-hmm.
Police, don't move! Get out of the car with your hands in the air! Do you know who you're fucking with here? I'll have your badge, you moron! Shut up! Find anything back there?
Yeah, like 3 kilos.
Half of Mexico in here.
Half of Mexico?
To marry here.
What? But I've never seen it. How could it be? Hell of a defense you got there, buddy!
Yep. Yep, we can actually play as a valet. There we go. Now let's go to the truth. No, to... Yeah, it's a personal mission again. You get in here. Yes. Tab.
Yeah, what?
Sorry, Carl, are you busy?
Zero? Nah, man, good to hear from you. What's up?
Disaster. My landlord is selling the shop. I'll have nowhere to live and no
How much do you
vacation
need?
to Berkeley.
I'm looking to invest in some property at the moment. Maybe I'll swing by.
Okay, so time to. Yes. Yes, yes. After this mission, we're gonna do it zero mission. Okay, I'll need a bulldozer, huh?
Is this for me?
Mm-hmm.
You still got a problem with me? Where you going?
Kick your ass. Make me hurt.
Hey, if you don't need it no more, I'll be honest, I ain't got a license. That's cool. Hey, what was you saying?
There you go. This is for later, and now this guy needs to go and take an eternal dump.
Oh God, no! Oh God, I'm gonna move!
Getting the cement truck. And what's the dude cement truck? I love it. Park into position. Nice, there we go. The cement is getting filled up. Nice. Now then, let's go to zero and see what the fuck he wants. How much he wants, to be specific. $30K.
Yeah, what?
Yo, man, it's Jethro, dude.
Hey, Jethro, what up?
Well, I was...
Okay, not enough money for the property. Time to go to school. No, I'm not gonna use any cheats on this. Because I can make it a lot easier for me by using it, so I'm literally buying it. But no, I want to play this again as if it was on PS2. Yes. Start. Wait, nani? Oh, the donut. Nice. Next. Get a 70 or higher. Yeah, easy. Shit. No. I need 70. Nope. Yeah, I hate this specific one. Shit. I forgot. No. Too far. Okay, I'll take it. Mm-hmm. Burning lap, okay, yes. Out of 5. Three. 4. 5. Phone coil, okay, so yeah. Shit. Forgot. Shit. Again. Shit. Yeah, okay, come on. Nope. No. No, I need 70 or higher. No. Again. No. Yes. The 90s, oh. No. Not even a 90. Yeah, accepted. Willy. Shit. Outside. Just side. No. Done. Spin and go. It's okay. No. 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 Yes. Alley-oop. Okay. Do a barrel roll mid-air and land it perfectly. Okay, no. Ah, shit. No. Up and down buttons. Okay. Okay, do barrel roll mid-air and land perfectly while in the air. Release. Oh, use up and down to adjust the car speed. Oh, okay. No. That was no barrel roll. No. No. Fuck, why? Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay, City Sling, this is the last one. Come on. Ooh. Nice. Down, 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 down. Whisker wants to do donuts. Come on. Now my question was, what the fuck was the time? Yeah. Okay. Fast. Done. Now let's get the car. Bring it to the garage. Out. Save game. Five with it was the last save, okay. Photo opportunity. Topic scissor up. Oh fuck it, let's go with the Corolla. And where the fuck is he? Let me check map. Oh, way over there, okay. Oh, okay, I see, it's the rider thing. Good. Llevé in the madre. Okay, let's go. Up.
Well done. Brilliant drive.
To the other side, all the way. Yeah, but it's gonna be a long one. Come on. Yes, there we go. Map. I need to go up there. Suka. Okay. Come on. Okay, time to get the snitch. Time to get Ryder. Are we going to kill him now? No. But it's a separate mission. That's after the Yakuza shit. In San Fierro. Yeah, that's after the diving mission. Where you actually have to build endurance. Up. That wrong side. It's this one that I made.
Hop in, Holmes.
Map. Where the fuck are we going? We're going... You're like, what the fuck? Where is it? Oh, it's all the way over there.
Where we going? They were headed over Angel Pine Way. Follow the road and maybe we can pick them up.
To Angel Spine. Got it. Yeah, no, we're not gonna use cheats on this. Okay, let's go off-road on Lowrider. Just to make sure I'm going in the right direction. Yes. And I need to go all the way. Yep. Yep. And I sometimes hate the fact that this game has no macro for the map. No. Yes, there we go. Now you're getting the original GTA experience, so map. No, on the next one. Get in the car, Holmes. After this mission, I'm gonna take a 10-minute ad break. 10 to 20 minutes so that we can actually react to a video from Moon. The next one. Most likely Angry Foreigner as well. I'll need to search which one to actually react first. I'll actually collaborate with myself on that. Okay.
There it is, Holmes.
Ryder.
Ryder, you shermhead.
This business is bigger than any gang, ese.
Ryder, little bitch. This guy take himself real serious.
That's T-Bone Mendez.
What now? Is that it?
No.
Hey, who's the gringo?
I don't like
DA.
that guy. This more than a few thugs pushing product. It's a serious organization.
How many of these clowns are there?
I know a pimp when I see one. They being clever about this. It ain't no exchange and nothing incriminating.
And all that for a few photos.
That was some heavy shit.
We better split up and get out of here. I'll meet you back at the garage, eh?
Coolio, we got what we came for anyway.
Okay. Map. To the garage. Mm-hmm.
You don't look like you need this.
No, we're gonna save on San Fierro, not here. Come on. Brake, brake, brake. Okay, the right way. Yep, where is that airport? Shut up, gringo. Yes, of course, we're going to the wrong side of the road. There we go. Now let's save and take an ad break. A video break more likely. First of all, let me arrange the cars before I save. Okay. Time for a save. Yes. Time for a break. 1 second. I need to check something. Yep, there it is. Also, why the fuck did it not actually do it? Like, why did it not follow? Nani? Okay, give me a moment. I need to... Yes, open in browser. Yes. Oh, we already have this, so... If we already have it, let's install it very quickly. Yes. Yes, yes. 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 File location. Skip. Oh, 1 moment. I need to, first of all, make some setting changes on this shit. Yes, skip. Yes. Okay. Time for disclaimer.
Disclaimer: this
Okay,
stream
yes,
is for
explain.
mature audiences. If you suffer from Asher's syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke. Watch under your own discretion. I'm not liable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
I'll get the master file. Abdo, I'll get the master file from Twitch themselves. So yes, we're going to use this. So,
from crypto scams, Nigerian princes, and YouTube bots, scams are everywhere. But some scams are far more sinister than others. In fact,
True.
the worst scams of all have become so big that they're now just a normal part of life. I'm
So
talking about the
fucking
sorts of
true.
scams that can't be detected by
So
the
true.
common eye. The scam is run by the most powerful people in the world. And so today,
The
we're going to be
pharmaceutical
exposing
scam.
the biggest scams that have ever been pulled off. Starting with our first scam, the education system. It all began around 100 years ago in America. As the US was industrializing in the early 1900s, there was a massive problem occurring, that being a lack of workers.
Yeah.
You see, there were enough people, but they just weren't suited enough for factory labor. They often lacked basic education, and they weren't used to sitting still for hours doing the same thing over and over
Yeah,
again.
that's true.
Their natural lives of agriculture and relative freedom made them too hard to mold into worker drones. People weren't even used to the concept of a stranger being our boss. It was emasculating and strange. However, for people like John D. Rockefeller, the most powerful businessman in American history, and arguably one of the richest people in history,
because I studied a lot about like Rockefeller, Carnegie, guys like that.
Yes.
And those guys, nobody's amassed the fortunes those guys had. Rockefeller had like 336 billion in today's dollars.
Good lord.
Yeah.
this was a huge
Shit.
problem, because he'd built his insane fortune off the backs of millions of people working on assembly
Holy
lines,
shit.
and he needed more drones. You see, Rockefeller got in early on the oil business. Using money he made from selling supplies in the Civil War, Rockefeller made a series of investments into oil refineries. Long story short, these grew and grew, until he was the owner of the largest monopoly of all time, with 90% of the entire US market for the resource would be controlled by him. And then using his immense fortune and power from this monopoly, Rockefeller beat off any competition and strangled the rest of the business world. And
Wait.
even the government. Any
One
protest or moves against him, he would cut off the oil supply. And what amounted to minor losses
I wanna see why the fuck it did not do it. So let me open Ghost Chat. So first of all. End task. Like literally end the task. Yeah, there you go. Which version are you? More. I wanna check which version it is. So open file location, properties. Details. So yes. Settings, where you go. Where they are. So borders, enter hex value. Default channel on startup, yes. Chat. Yes. Choose removal of messages, Explorer, yes. $60. Save. Skip. Give me a moment to actually adjust it to the border of my screen. Yes. Now post it. And now check it. What? Wait. Settings. Chat. Yes. Skip. Yes. Okay, now I need to check something real quickly. Sorry for what I'm about to do, but I want to check something on my channel directly. And not on the bot. No. No. Okay, yeah, it fucked up. It be fucked up, yeah, I need to completely yeet this one out. So let's start it.
For Standard Oil could wipe out any other opponent off the map. So for decades his Standard Oil monopoly was untouchable, but he didn't really stop there. All the oil he was drilling and refining was needed for industry, and the more industry there was, the higher the demand and price would be.
Yeah, so true.
So that's where the labor problem came in. Rockefeller had the most to gain from industrialization. So like any other billionaire, he threw all of his money to exploit the population. With an initial investment equivalent to over $30 million today, Rockefeller founded the General Education Board, whose mission was to give rural American citizens a bare minimum in education. They opened hundreds of schools, trained thousands of teachers, and improved literacy rates across the country. They even rolled out a mass treatment program for hookworm, an incredibly common parasite at the time. And this just seemed great. John D. Rockefeller was revolutionizing America. He was cutting out parasites and educating the masses. However, despite these seemingly great benefits, Rockefeller wasn't a charity. I mean, just look at this quote from his organization's dream for rural Americans, and you'll get some idea of what his true intentions were. In our dream, we have limitless resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hand. We shall not try to make these people or any of their children into philosophers or men of learning, or men of science. We shall not search for great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen. The task we set before ourselves is very simple, as well as a very beautiful one, to train these people as we find them to a perfectly ideal life just where they are, making their intentions perfectly clear that they were never looking to create great thinkers and people capable of skepticism. America's ruling class only wanted docile sheep. So over time, Rockefeller and his sons would spend over $80 million making a sinister dream come true. The general method originated in the Prussian system of the mid-1800s, around 50 years before the rest of the West fully adopted it. You see, they figured out that a school to train factory workers should resemble a factory, or more specifically, a production line. On the surface, this means that the long and grueling hours would be the same, as well as the rigid structure. Being born into the system, people would slowly mold to authority. The school, while in its role in partitioning time into work periods, was directly based on the factory wrestle. But the most impactful decision was treating the children like products on a factory line as well. Each year of their lives was partitioned into grades of study, with strict exams and requirements before the next stage. And this was the template that America and the rest of the world adopted, in large part thanks to the Rockefellers and their greed for more. Andrew Carnegie, another industrial tycoon, also got involved, as he set up a system for college professors to get given a pension using $10 million of his own money. Which sounds great, but there was a catch. This meant full-time 4-year courses, and an additional 4 years of full-time school was an entry requirement. And he did this by inventing a unit called a course credit. One course credit was equal to 120 hours of lessons and study, and the colleges that he gave money to were required to ask applicants for 14 of these course credits, equaling 4 full years. And these colleges needed his money. And to be fair, this was kind of a necessary change, as it guaranteed at least some level of equality across education. But it also gave Andrew Carnegie and his foundation immense power over the education system.
Sadly.
Almost all of the colleges relied on him. This had the power to influence all other universities as well. And so, with one check, Andrew Carnegie changed the entire system from the top down. But he wasn't finished with the education system.
Of course not, he made it his fortune
resting on 3 pillars: income, labor, and ability. He had an almost unlimited supply of wealth and workers. He just needed to get them educated enough to work in a factory. So whilst he funded hundreds and thousands in libraries and improved education for millions, it wasn't really all just for a noble cause. Like the Rockefellers, he wanted workers, not thinkers. He even tried to simplify language itself to reach this goal. In 1906, Carnegie spearheaded the creation of the simplified spelling board. They pushed for the changing of over 300 words into simplified versions. Some of these changes include addressed to addressed, though to though, and surprise to surprise. The reception was lukewarm at best. Even though some of the changes made sense, people found it both funny and annoying that Carnegie thought he could just change the entire English language with a few donations. It only got worse when Carnegie convinced Teddy Roosevelt, the president at the time, to sign an executive order enshrining these new spellings just 1 month later. The people were merciless in their mockery, with one newspaper even running the headline, "Nothing escapes Mr. Roosevelt." Nearly all of the simplified spelling board changes were scrapped shortly after. But whilst this wildly out-of-touch project failed, the majority of Carnegie's wishes for the education system were carried out to the letter. But its most enduring change was the credit system, and it's the reason we lock kids into classrooms for 8 hours every single day.
10 here in Germany.
Kids aren't actually benefiting from countless hours trapped in
It's 10 hours here in Germany.
The negative health effects of sitting in one place all day is enough to justify change, not even considering how much it stifles the natural development. Schools are almost a mini prison. But this kind of artificial pressure is particularly toxic to men, as is the vast majority of the current education system. Because instead of learning how to harness and control your natural aggression and testosterone, young boys are then shamed and forced to conform to a generally feminine environment. Any fighting, any creativity, any passion
everything is getting
harshly. Even self-defense isn't
deleted.
allowed. You're taught to flee to daddy instead of fighting back for yourself, making millions and millions of children just weaker generally. Not to mention that women make up 84% of primary teachers in the US and Western Europe. So lots of these boys at school never really have a male role model in their formative years, which is one of the key reasons why women do generally do better at school. Which is crazy because even with everything we've learned about children and their well-being, everything we've learned about mental health, everything we know about how the school system fails young children, the system is still exactly the same 100 years later. The people in power who could change it don't want to. They like the system because it keeps people within the rigid social order.
Of course not, the Rockefellers don't want it.
For upward movement, while also emasculating young men, reducing their creative spirit and crushing it into the ground, making everyone weak, submissive droogs. And that's why the state will continue to underfund it and neglect it in your country, because it still does the job that it was intended for, creating docile workers.
TLDR, the original purpose of a school was to actually teach people things what they would need later in life. Now Rockefeller came and his family and they said, oh hey, we have these idiots here but they don't have any education. Let's create a school system that is going to keep them obedient enough, teach them just enough to pass by, to operate the machines, to operate the work, to do the work at the factories, and nothing else. They're not gonna complain, they're not gonna do shit. Why? Because they get a free education and are actually getting a pseudo-apprentice, let's call it that, to operate machines, to operate the factories and shit like that. Okay? Now, that was 100 years ago. It's the same thing here in Germany as well. 100 years later, you sit in a classroom, you take math, you take your calculus, you take your trigonometry, all math subjects. You take your grammar, you take your English, which is a new subject here in Germany. You take your history. You just learn enough to pass by. Okay? Then, if you want to actually master a craft, you also get something that is new in this day and age. It's like what, 75 years, 80 years old? The apprenticeship program for you to master a trade, to learn a trade. That was not a thing back then. What you would have back then, according to history books, was a person that would actually teach you the machine, how the machine works, that specific machine. If the machine you were assigned to was different or similar, you could actually work it, because he would teach you the TLDR, the basics, so to speak, and you were and still are in some factories. I can speak. You can operate it TLDR to the minimum. To the minimum. You can operate to the minimum. And that's it. That's the education system. 100 years, and it's still the same thing. You sit in front of a desk, you listen to a teacher drown and drown and drown, trying to teach you standardized things, but they don't actually conform to your way of learning. And this is also why some people get bad degrees, because the teacher did not explain things properly to them or didn't teach it in the right way. Then you have standardized testing, which came 80 years later, which is something like the GPT, not GPT, the SATs, which is a scale for that specific country to say, hey, these are the smartest or most obedient people in this school, in this district, in this town, in this province. Okay? What can we do about them? This, and that. That's it, done.
Not entrepreneurs, not thinkers, not philosophers, not dreamers. They want obedient workers. But there is still a problem here. Some children still don't fit into this mold. Their creativity is bursting out too much that you have to take other measures. And for that, we just need to turn to the next scammers on our list.
Yeah.
But before we continue, I want to tell you about the sponsor of this video.
No, I don't want to hear about the sponsor.
Their ADHD shot up over the past 2 years. On the list is the pharmaceutical industry, where you can sign up for the free instructional course where you'll learn exactly how you can start a high-paying technology career without any degree or experience required. Now, our next scam on the list is the pharmaceutical industry. You see, the pharmaceutical industry
that's the biggest one
at schools. I wanted to fix this problem by getting kids hooked on Ritalin, Adderall, and other ADHD medications. Because by claiming that people not being able to sit in their chair properly was a sign of a mental illness, pharmaceutical companies could make bank, billions in profits. And that's why prescriptions have shot up over the past 2 decades, but particularly in the US, which is 5% of the world's population, but somehow over 80% of the world's ADHD prescriptions. And so what are these prescriptions that pharmaceutical industries are giving children? Well, we're talking about chemicals almost...
What those are mood dampeners, pheromone dampeners, mood behavioral disciplining medicine. They essentially give you methamphetamine in small doses and opioids to keep you in check. Because they want the perfect machine, the perfect robot, the perfect chip that is going to comply to the rules and regulations of the state. Yeah, sure, you can comply to some of them, but if you do protest because one of the laws is idiotic, somehow you're mentally ill or mentally challenged.
exactly the same as methamphetamine in structure. And whilst these pills may keep kids in their seats and docile, is it really worth the side effects? I mean, just the side effects on the box alone include possible insomnia, high blood pressure, and a faster heart rate. And this is just the immediate consequences. This doesn't even show the true extent of the long-term damage. I mean, right now the evidence is still murky because it's all relatively new, but ADHD medications have been linked to increased rates of cardiovascular disease and heart problems, which really isn't a surprise, considering how similar it is to methamphetamine, especially how heavy this would be for a young child at school. And this brings up the question, why are these prescriptions necessary in the first place? Well, for children with less severe symptoms...
They're not. It's just sort of that they can actually dampen the creativity, the mood, that they can actually control the children a lot easier. Because if you have children that are like, say, for example, 10 to 13 years old, now going to puberty, they're not going to listen to you. They're not. They're just not. That's it. They're going to do their thing. That's it. Then the pharmaceutical came and said, hey, we have this miracle drug. Let's call it methamphetamine. Yeah, say that 5 times fast. Let's call it methamphetamine, okay? Meth. Clear meth. This is statistically proven to dampen the mood, dampen the pheromones, dampen whatever, their behavior. They are made easier to control. Now the school system says, oh hey, this is nice. How much do you want? 20 billion US dollars, as an example. For how long? 50 years. Okay. And then you have that. So in schools in America, I know this because I'm talking to a lot of people from over there. So the way it works is the following. If they see you as a person, as a student, have way too much creativity, way too much mood, way too much pheromones, you are out of the block, you're standing out, we're gonna take you, we're gonna talk to you, we're gonna send you to the doctor, and when we're gonna call the doctor in advance and tell him to prescribe you mood dampening drugs, such as methamphetamine and opioids. Why do we do that? Because we want the obedient slave worker, we want the Mr. Robot. We want people that are just smart enough to operate the machines, but are idiotic and moronic enough to accept the reality as is.
Hard psychoactive medication seems more like a tool to suppress their natural need to explore the world around them. Sitting in a classroom for hours and hours a day from the age of 5 is unnatural, unhealthy, and demasculated.
Of course it is.
It is completely out of tune with how children have developed for millions of years on Earth. And it's only getting so much worse in recent years. And you'll always hear this classic defense of the pharmaceutical industry, that the rise of these prescriptions is just because we're more aware of how prevalent
this is bullshit.
than ADHD is. But it's not about the diagnosis itself, it's about how we actually treat it. And pharmaceutical companies have gone crazy trying to addict children to their drugs. 69% of children from 6 to 11 with ADHD are now being prescribed medications, and this was before the pandemic. And then when the lockdowns happened, pharmaceutical companies got to work by incessantly lobbying the US government for permission to prescribe and dole out ADHD meds without even seeing the patients in person. And this isn't just ADHD medications. The pharmaceutical companies have got the whole of America addicted to their drugs, whether it be antidepressants, anti-anxiety medications, opiates, or whatever else they can addict you to. And the worst part is that now they've got America addicted to these drugs, kids also have to pay ludicrous prices with every prescription, giving these companies ginormous profit margins. And with this money, they were happy to sink millions into the issue to make further returns, getting even doctors addicted to it now, with 1 in 18 US physicians receiving industry payments for prescribing stimulants and other ADHD medications. And then predictably, the government has just recently passed a law allowing so-called teleprescriptions, and the floodgates were open. Companies like Cerebral Inc. and Doan Global Inc. jumped on the trend, setting up incredibly lucrative online and by-phone prescription services, fueling the rise from 35 million prescriptions in 2019 to over 41 by 2021, completely taking advantage of the pandemic to add billions to their valuations. I mean,
sadly, that's true.
The company we mentioned earlier quadrupled their valuation in 2021 to $4.8 billion, all while the world economy shriveled up into a ball. Where everyone else got poorer, pharmaceutical companies got richer. And it's not really hard to see why, when these prescriptions are just so easy to get. You can just have one 18-minute phone call and get the drugs the next day. Only recently have reports come in that they've actually had to fire their top executives after he brought up how they were overprescribing dangerous medications. and this is for children. Their former CEO alleged that Cerebral were aiming for 100% diagnosis to prescription rates, and to do this, they were engaging in predatory TikTok advertisements. One advert had an 18-year-old spokesperson telling children and young adults that normal things like laziness and feeling depressed were clear indicators that they might have ADHD. Another linked overeating with ADHD, selling the medication to people as a cure to being overweight, or also that they can give these methamphetamines.
No, the reason you're being overweight is one of two. One, you either have a thyroid overfunction, which means you actually not overfunction, underfunction, which means you actually gain weight a lot faster than normal because your thyroid cannot actually process it fast enough. The second one is you're either lazy, you're stressed at work, you have nothing else to do but drown your sorrow by eating. And there is the spoiler third, which is what the pharmaceuticals want you to believe, which is, oh look, this person's lazy. This person is like 15 men. Oh, he must have ADHD, he's overweight. Let's prescribe him some methamphetamine. Just so that we can test if it's actually gonna work. No. This is not how it works. The way it normally would work is you would go to a doctor if you were overweight, get an appointment for thyroid inspection, and then if you were overweight, you'd have an underfunction, which means it doesn't work fast enough to build out, to actually disperse not the energy, like it cannot work fast enough. You're eating more than it can actually work out. Yeah, say that 5 times fast. I said out 3 times in a row. So it cannot work it out fast enough, which is why you gain weight in most instances. Now, I'm guilty on this. I used to have overfunction, which means, and still do have overfunction, meaning I cannot gain a single kilogram, a single pound. I'm 172 centimeters, 172 centimeters, and 65 kilograms in weight. Why? Because of my overfunction. My thyroid works a lot faster than it's supposed to. Do I take medication? Not anymore, because according to a doctor, I didn't need it. Now, if I had underfunction, I would need to take medicine until I died. The reason for that being, there is no iode in the country I'm currently in, only in one province, and that's Hamburg, but I'm not gonna move to Hamburg because of thyroid. The reason for that is simple. Germany, if you open the map, is surrounded by land. They don't have enough water to have the natural iron. Greece, Italy, Egypt, countries in the Mediterranean, those do have it because of the fact that they are surrounded by water. Okay? Now, I could go back to Greece, or I could go to Egypt and live there, and not need to have the thyroid overfunction in order to get some weight. Am I going to do that? Potentially. But saying overweight is a sign of ADHD is moronic at best. I challenge every doctor. If you say signs of overweight are specifically linked to ADHD, show me the fucking white paper, show me the research paper. Do you know why I say that? Because most people that actually are overweight, they either have a thyroid underfunction, meaning they cannot process food fast enough, and B, they are stressed the fact out. There is something psychologically wrong that actually keeps them down, and the only way they can cope with it is to eat, and eat. Okay? Then you also have another problem in America. You have more fast foods than normal restaurants. You have more Burger Kings, more McDonald's, more Subways than everywhere else in the world. And of course, you're gonna pay $1, you get a hamburger. You pay 5, you get 5. You pay like $5, you can get a Whopper. You pay $11, you can get a Whopper menu. And here's the fucking scam about the food industry, specifically the veganism part. In order for your vegan shit to get created, you need to kill everything in the entirety of the field, as well as the surroundings of it. Meaning for tofu, you'd have to kill pests, you'd have to kill the normal grass, everything. Every single thing. And then you also have Beyond Meat, which is bullshit at its best, because it's not even meat. It's grass, but tasting like the soles of your feet after 78 hours of work. Don't ask me how I know that.
Amphetamine pills to children, and by latching onto the self-diagnosis craze and people's insecurities, along with people faking mental illnesses on TikTok, they were able to make billions selling a dangerous and addictive product. In fact, Cerebral were even accused of installing illegal trackers onto their websites to gather personal data on their patients. Lawsuits relating to all of these scandals are still ongoing, but it's unlikely we'll ever see these drug dealers face the same kind of justice the common man could expect.
No, do you know why? The pharmaceutical, okay, if you don't know this, then wake the fuck up. The pharmaceutical is the local drug dealer for local drugs, legal drugs. Be it methamphetamine in small doses because it has been seen to actually help with pain. Be it opioids in small doses. Be it weed for medical uses. Yes, that's it. Some illnesses do actually get a lot easier to deal with drugs such as methamphetamine and weed. And here's the thing, the medication for headaches, ibuprofen for example, it has like 0.5556% of not methamphetamine, opioids. Like 0.556 opium. Pure opium. You know why? Because opium, up to the late 19th century, was used as an anesthetic because it was proven to dampen the pain to a degree where a patient would not feel shit, and a chirurg could actually do their job without being disturbed. Now, why aren't they facing prosecution, you say? It's simple. It's simple. It's all about that cash. They have so much cash that they can grease up the wheels. They have the white papers to show, hey, there is a statistic chance of, say, 75% of opioids dampening the pain, or methamphetamines dampening the mood, that they don't face prosecution because they have the papers to prove it. But if I were to sell some weed to someone to alleviate their pain if they had epilepsy, I would get prosecuted for 5 years for drug trafficking and selling. Why? Because I'm not a big pharmaceutical company. I'm not Pfizer, I'm not Moderna, I'm not whoever. But that's why.
Hard to tell whether these companies have caused or are merely profiting off the self-diagnosis craze. I mean, it's a worrying sign that disabilities and medical conditions have been so co-opted as social clout. It's not that they shouldn't be talked about, but making a mental illness your whole identity has become way too common. So why is this happening? Well, by claiming you're mentally ill, it gives you an excuse to be a bad person, as you can blame every negative thing about yourself on just some mental illness above you. And so then if anyone criticizes you, even if it's yourself, you can just always blame it on your supposed condition. And then there's people who go further, faking an entire mental illness for clicks and money. Like Tix and Roses, the infamous TikToker who faked Tourette's for clout. Now, it's immediately obvious to anyone paying attention, but she never really had Tourette's. Like when Tix and Roses would shout Rex, I presume.
Give or take.
Wow.
But in public, she always whispered them.
Look, she's got COVID.
I mean, only someone who's self-conscious and able to control it would be able to play it down
Are
in
you
public
doing
like
it,
this.
bloody
I'm
cunt?
sure some people with Tourette's can suppress their tics for a time, but there were other signs as well, as Tourette's can be physically painful when tics stress parts of the body repeatedly. But Tix and Roses never actually hurt herself or even made a large mess. Everything she pretended to do could easily be cleaned up and never actually hurt her. She would even hesitate sometimes before her tics, like in this clip, where she stops what she's doing for a second so that she can act out her planned performance. Not to mention past live streams that caught her out, where she was able to read poetry for hours without a single tic.
One medium I really enjoy is painting. A lot of those skills that I learned as I began my journey in painting translate very well over to painting yarn.
Now obviously mental disorders aren't quirky or cute, they shouldn't be an identity, but people like Tix and Roses and companies like Cerebral have been happy to profit off of them all the same. The whole story goes to show how far these people will go to take as much of your money as possible, however unethical their methods might be. And our next scam is another way that they do this, and it applies to nearly every industry or field that you can think of. Now you see, you might have noticed how stuff that you buy today just doesn't really last as long as it used to. Whether it's a new phone or a t-shirt, things just break more easily. And then for some products, when you try and repair it, you find out that the manufacturer has specifically made it hard or even impossible to do so. However, predictably, it's all just a massive business tactic. And as crazy as this sounds, they are inadvertently turning everyone into mass consumers through a process called planned obsolescence. Now, this concept is often talked about in regards to the tech world, as one of the most famous cases was when Apple intentionally slowed down the processor speed on their old iPhones. In 2016, people all around the world started reporting battery issues in the iPhone 6 and 6S models. And this all happened at once. Now, Apple wrote it off as just a manufacturing issue, but then a year later, it was shown that the issue only started when people updated their operating systems, as Apple had snuck in their limiter with certain iOS updates, deliberately degrading the battery and usability of the phone to try and prompt customers to buy a new one. However, Apple wasn't the first, and they didn't come up with the scam themselves.
No, it was
Huawei.
Huawei.
Been putting this off for years. In the light bulb industry, for example, planned obsolescence has been used for decades. They first met in the early 1920s, where representatives from the largest US and European manufacturers all agreed to start making a worse product, as they artificially shortened the lives on their bulbs from 2,500 hours to just 1,000, making everyone in the country buy around 2.5 times more than they needed to. And with just a little bit of collusion, these companies use planned obsolescence to more than double their potential revenue. And for 2 decades, they have kept their lifespans artificially low. They even specifically employed engineers to design shorter lasting light bulbs and find companies which didn't shorten theirs. However, the downfall of the light bulb cartel was the organized structure, as it took a lot of work to keep the various companies in line, and it was already dissolving before World War II dealt with the final blow. However, it's their legacy which now lives on today, and the light bulb cartel proved that planned obsolescence works incredibly well, so it was co-opted by countries, organizations, industries, and governments around the world. But the problem goes so much deeper than just some cheap t-shirts. Planned obsolescence has seeped into everything. I mean, just look at the things we've been building over the past 50 years. We used to create beautiful structures that lasted centuries, works of art built with local materials, perfectly suited to their environment.
And now if you come to Germany, specifically Berlin, you'll see something being torn apart every year, at least once or twice. Why? Because of planned obsolescence. They don't like it, tear it down. Oh, what is that? We have a new white paper showing that the building in Sector Friesi, which is in Berlin Main Street, from Alexanderplatz, is actually having signs of corrosion and asbestos particles on the cement. Tear it down. Fuck you! If I want to build a house, you cannot tell me what I'm going to use or what I'm not going to use. Just because you have a planned obsolescence that everyone building a house or a property needs to adhere by. If I want to use asbestos in my cement to make it tougher, guess what, motherfucker, I'm gonna do it. I don't care about your laws. This is my property. This is my land. Fuck off. Okay? Let's go.
Time, meant for the people that would use them. Buildings would emanate beauty, it would uplift your soul. However, today, pretty much everything new is made out of steel, concrete, and maybe some glass, constructed purely to serve a privileged few. And you'll be lucky if they even last a half century before turning into a dilapidated eyesore. These glassy monuments to insipid vacuity have become the mainstay of all cities around the world. And it's not just the big important buildings. Cost-cutting and artificial lifespans have seeped into the roads we walk on and the places we live. I mean, Roman roads and infrastructure have lasted centuries after the Western Empire fell, but 2,000 years later, and our roads crumble to dust in just a few years. Potholes are everywhere, and the worst part of planned obsolescence and impacting society is the waste, as companies are happy to tear the planets apart to make something that only lasts 6 months before it's added to the billions upon billions of tons of waste, all while supposedly doing everything they can to help.
Also, the recycling craze that's been going around is also a scam. It's also been proven to be a scam. Why? Simple. Go, say for example, in Germany, you get back 25 cents per bottle, okay? If I brought this back to the store, it's 25 cents. What happens with that? I can actually tell you what happens with that, because I worked in a recycling facility for plastic, electronics, and metal appliances. It gets put in a bin, that bin then gets superheated, and it's getting melted. It's getting melted. And not only is it not reused, 75% of the recycled plastic goes to the trash. Why? Why, you ask? Simple. Because they say, oh hey, look at this moron, he bought a 6-pack of water. He's gonna use that bottle for like 3-4 months, if he's lucky. If he's a normal citizen, once that bottle is empty, he's gonna bring it back, buy new ones. We're gonna give him 25 cents on a bottle. But what happens with that plastic? It gets melted, it gets processed, it gets quality controlled. After about 75% of it is trash, only 25% is used. And the rest is going on a landfill. On the electronics sector, it's different. On the electronics sector, I have a very good video from LTT to show it up later. What happens is they take a bath in sulfuric acid, the PCB itself, like, one moment. This PCB, for example, gets put in a sulfuric acid solution bath. It strips out the gold, it strips out the glue, it strips out everything from here, okay? From this DIM. Then it gets processed. Gold goes to one bin, glue and adhesives go to another, chips go to another bin. Are they gonna get reused? Yes. When? After they pass quality control. The gold is getting melted and made into ingots and can be sold or kept for reuse. But I'll show you a video later.
The environment, even though they're destroying it. The real reason for this mass consumerism, though, is to keep the economic machine going. But it's our next scan that shows how fragile and illusionary its foundations truly are. I mean, the 2008 crash was a perfect example of how artificial and worthless money has become ever since we left the gold standard. Because in 2008, the banks started betting on housing markets and found massive profit. So massive that they started betting on their own bets. So by 2007, these banks were so exposed that all of their money and assets wouldn't be able to cover their losses if they did lose. And then they eventually did, and things were bad, causing a recession that would ruin the lives of untold millions around the world. But then why did the banks ever make such a stupid error? Well, greed is
the American dream is the illusion of choice.
Underlying motive. But the real truth behind this is that all these banks knew that they would get bailed out if it collapsed. And so the people at the top of these banks wouldn't really face any personal consequences.
Of course not.
And predictably they were right. Now, ostensibly to save the economy and people's lives, the government handed out $2.5 trillion back to the banks. Also that they could solve the problem.
Also, fun fact, if you watch the 9/11 documentary, you can actually hear a little speech about what happened on 9/11, like why. 1.7 trillion were lost. And the office that the planes hit on the Twin Towers were actually responsible for doing the accounting for the government. So now you have this hole of 1.7 trillion being lost. And they did not want it to get out.
Which they created.
Yeah, sure, I understand it's a terrorist attack, but here's the thing. America profited from it. Why? Because when they went to war with Afghanistan after 9/11, with Afghanistan and Iraq, that's it.
But it didn't stop 6 million Americans losing their jobs. Americans that would then pay tax to fund the banks that caused the economic crisis in the first place. However, the worst part of this is that they didn't even solve anything afterwards. Instead of ensuring the economy would stabilize, lots of the money went straight into the bonuses of the people who actually caused the crash. I mean, the top 5 Lehman Brothers executives got paid $2 billion for their crimes. These people weren't fined for causing the worst financial crash in modern history, they were in fact paid for it, all by the people who had their lives ruined by them. I mean, if anything, things are even worse now than they were back then, as the worst people have been hit with both the double punch of inflation and recession, all while your paycheck has stagnated and food and energy has gotten more and more expensive. However, the real truth is, we just never really recovered. The actual economy is far worse than the numbers in GDP show, and you can tell based on the never-ending inflation and the rise in personal loans, which have increased by 6%.
The good thing is it's not Zimbabwe, which has a daily inflation rate of 160%. So that's good.
16% over 2022. And these aren't people buying boats. In fact, the majority of these loans are taken out to stave off starvation, just for a few more months. It's different for companies and banks though, who by taking advantage of rock bottom interest rates has allowed them to borrow trillions of dollars, and they have then used these risky loans to prop up growth in their tech companies and their investment banks, all whilst the real businesses that give people jobs suffered. And this has played havoc on the real economy, as inequality has risen dramatically.
I mean, when you cooperate,
and yet somehow the economy has grown.
When you compare it to that, sure. Like, think about it. A loaf of bread in Zimbabwe costs 16 trillion Zimbabwe dollars. 16 trillion. They have trillion banknotes. But yes, is it better than Zimbabwe? Yes. Is it going to get us worse? Hopefully not.
Almost like
as bad. Hopefully not.
The banks just started getting in trillions of dollars from thin air. And then COVID only made things so much worse.
Yeah.
New coronavirus.
I mean, in 2021 alone, the US printed almost $1/2 of US dollars in a year. And whilst this extra money was able to help a lot of people in America for a short time, this cost
Yeah, no, like, here, let me actually search for it. Let me actually search for it. Zimbabwe trillion note. Yeah, there you go. $100 trillion. No. Yeah, here it is. $100 trillion. 100 trillion. This is 100 trillion banknote. The bread alone cost 16 trillion. Imagine being so worthless you have $1 trillion bill. Yeah. Zimbabwe in a nutshell, but the problem with Zimbabwe is they have no economy. That's the problem with them. They have literally no economy.
Of America, because when world governments tried to raise interest rates and get everything back to normal, it just didn't work this time, unlike the 2008 crash. And so this is where we are now, violently adjusting to the sheer scale of invented money and debt-fueled
Should just give up already, yeah.
Casualties.
Yeah, they should. They should give up. Like, they should capitulate and literally file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Hopefully the US can make, like, some bullshit way of bailing them out.
One of the first to fall. You see, tech companies were and probably still are the most overvalued in our economy.
So
it's understandable that the bank dealing in their massive loans would eventually go belly up. However, their recklessness didn't really help either, as they would actually fire their chief risk officer nearly a year before the collapse. But it's not just SVB. So many banks have recently been exposed. Like Credit Suisse, that recently just collapsed under the weight of his own scandals and greed. And now their crimes and scams are way too many to list. They range from shaky financials, fraud and money laundering, to predatory loans given to third world countries in exchange for control of entire industry within these countries. Not to mention the mysterious death of a private investigator, and the final nail in their coffin when their CEO was caught spying on outgoing executives and was forced to resign. And despite efforts from the Saudis to prop up one of their favorite money holes, the bank lost 75% of its value, and is now just being bought up by another bank. However, it becomes clear when you look into these collapses,
that's problematic.
The people at the top always benefit from it. In fact, the only people that the massively inflated money system benefits are the people who own these massive companies.
Yeah, their
people
values
skyrocket as they charge more and more for the same thing, making a few people richer and everyone else poorer. And so by handing over control of the monetary system to these people, they've enabled possibly the largest scam in history. And the only people that the massively inflated money system benefits are the people who own the massive companies. Their values skyrocket as they charge more and more for the same thing.
Of course it's gonna be.
People richer and everyone else poorer. By handing over control of the monetary system to these people, we enabled possibly the largest scam in history.
Yeah, so true.
But then why are they doing this? Well, to keep the people subdued. These meaningless, crummy products are what society says you should strive for. This is what we supposedly value. And it makes sense because other than survival...
No, what we actually value is status. If you see, say for example, you see a black man, okay, driving down the road. What car is he going to drive? A Benz. Why a Benz? Because for African Americans, for the niggas in Africa, the Benz is actually a status symbol. It's seen as the car that the wealthy have. Here, in Europe, what's the status symbol when it comes to cars? A Ferrari, a Lamborghini, an Audi R8, cars like that. Now, why do they strive for that inflated status by bringing it out like that in technology? Oh, simple. Because we're trying to achieve the same thing as the car industry, the automotive industry did in Africa, where specifically Mercedes-Benz is seen as a status symbol down there. Why? Because a Benz, no matter what year after the year 2010, will always cost more than 50 grand brand new. Now the C65 AMG from Mercedes will cost you here in Germany 165,000 with all options available, meaning the hybrid transmission, stick shift if you want, stick shift alone on the steering wheel, so paddle shifters, essentially. Extended aero kit, and that's only from the factory, that's only from AMG. If you want the C65 from Brabus, which is a modification company owned by AMG, which is owned by Mercedes, that's going to be 250,000, so $250,000 for a car that's essentially the same but has an oomph engine from 535 horsepower to over 860 horsepower, a billet transmission, billet engine block, better aerodynamics, stick shift on the steering wheel, so paddle shifters only, and no battery, a gas guzzler, TLDR. It's gonna cost you $250,000. Why do they do that? Because it's seen as a status symbol. Modifying your car in Europe, specifically if you have a lower tier car, say for example you have a Golf 7 or a Golf 5, which for a car insurance here in Germany is shit. If you actually modified it and it passes inspection, you gain a bit of more status because, hey, it shows you can actually do the work you did yourself, or if you actually bought it pre-modified, you are planning to A, either modify it further yourself, or B, bring it back to stock to preserve the value of the original car. That's it. It's all about status.
They're the end goal of all the futile office jobs and middle management careers that make up the majority of people's lives. We don't value beauty or art, we value meaningless time wasting. And that's why the rat race is the next scam on our list. So by this point, you should understand that through school, big pharma, and all these other methods of toxic conditioning, you have become another rat in the rat race. And the rat race in itself is one of the most toxic scams that we'll talk about in this list. Now you often hear this term, the rat race, being used to sell shady products or a multi-level marketing scheme. And there are of course a lot of jobs out there that give people—
which by the way in Germany are illegal, and you face a punishment of 25 years in prison if you actually were the one to start it, and 15 years and downwards if you were either new or have been in that MLM for like a long period of time. Like if you just started and you get arrested on MLM charge, you actually face 2 to 5 months if you're within a week old. After a month, you go up to 7 months. But if you are years long in MLMer in Germany, you face multiple years in prison. If you are the one that started it, 25 years.
Lot of purpose and contentment. However, the rat race that I'm talking about is the rat race shared by almost everyone in society. I'm talking about the rat race that gives you a life without freedom, where your time is sold for nothing, where you have just enough to survive the next day in the office, having as much coffee as humanly possible to fix widgets on wonkles, slaving away like a human robot until the weekend. And it's at the weekend in which you can burn whatever money you have left on drugs and alcohol. And you live like this because what you do provides no meaningful value. And because of this, you are never actually paid anything that gives you freedom.
No,
and
you're
without any
not.
freedom, you are then stuck. Always stuck with burdens, with debts, with loans, with mortgages. And because of this, you can never escape. You're always in debt to someone. And because you have no money, you're always forced to go back for that weekly paycheck. And it's in this moment that you become part of someone else's agenda.
TLDR me right now.
Depending on someone above you. Someone who sees you as just a statistic. Corporations that have amassed more power than countries, while you yourself have no power. Where your subconscious—
Sure, do I get enough to put some money on the side? Yes. But TLDR, that's what I'm doing right now. Because I have not a mortgage and I need to pay somehow. Yes, would I love to do streaming or video content creation as a full-time thing? Yes, but here's the thing, in Germany that's not profitable.
Outrage and despair of the world around you is buried under an avalanche of cultural drivel. living in a pod in a soul-destroying, alienating, unaffordable, decadent, deteriorating city. However, on the surface of all of this, you're then told that this is actually normal. That waking up, driving to the office, doing nothing at work, hiding away in the bathroom to get away from the boss, and coming home completely drained, to a wife who never actually loves you, is somehow actually normal.
No, it's not.
It's normal to be this depressed. It's normal to be
No,
in
it's
debt.
not.
It's normal
No,
to
it's
never
not.
have any freedom. It's
No,
normal
it's
to
not.
hate your life.
No,
it's
it's
normal
not.
to have a lifestyle of not knowing your neighbors and community. A lifestyle
No,
of
it's
5-lane
not.
traffic to work. A lifestyle of your partner cheating on you. A lifestyle of laziness and despair. Somehow this is promoted as normal. That it's good to have a job and live in the massive city. That you're
Okay, is it good to have a job? Yes. Is it good to live in a massive city? In some cases, yes. But is it good to be slaved out away for your time with literally pennies on the hour? No, it's not.
actually a productive member of society.
If I were to find a job in a big city and the payout was like, say for example, minimum wage, which here in Germany is 13.50 an hour, so 13 euros 50 cents, and I had to deal with constant stress from work, I had to deal with machines not working, or this and that not working, or the boss actually yelling at me for some bullshit I had no idea I had to do because it's not even on my job description, or. There are an abundance of things. If I have to sacrifice my time, the payout better be worth it, and it better not have any stress on top of that payout. Because guess what? I quit, and I'm on to the next one. I'm not able to sit at home and do literally nothing. I have to do something. So, what do? I don't even have to work. I can live off of what I make. By literally repairing phones and shit like that. I can do that. But do I do that? No. Why? Because my workshop is literally my streaming area. I need to get out, do something, otherwise I'm gonna go crazy. I went almost crazy in 2019 when the COVID happened, and I said never again. So, do I have to work outside of my home? No. Do I do it because it's good for me to get out and do something else? Yes. But I'd rather repair phones 24/7 than have to deal with immaculate amounts of stress that will bring me into medication like opioids or methamphetamines to dampen the mood, to actually bring me down a lot more than I was.
Soul knows this is all bullshit. Your life, tastes, passions have all been molded by a toxic education system, media, and corporations to be in their interests and not yours. And the only thing keeping you going in this rat race is the cheese, is the material wealth and objects. Because as you live in a society that prioritizes material wealth over everything else, this is all you live for. And the problem here isn't money, it isn't the objects themselves, but the expectations that are raised in the hearts and minds of millions of people, leading to your belief that possessions of certain things will actually bring
this
you
moron
happiness.
actually
But
got
finally
prisoned.
getting the money to go on that big holiday will finally give you life satisfaction. If you get that nice car and finance, you'll finally be happy. Because
No,
our
you won't.
media, our influencers, our role models fuel this mentality, and the result.
Spoiler alert and financial advice. Do not finance it unless it has less than 3% interest buyback. Like interest payback. Why? Because I did the same mistake. I financed the phone, and that's been now like 5 years. I had to pay 15% interest payback. 15%. That's on a phone that cost me $600. I had to pay $1,200, so $1,200 for a phone. No. Why? Because I financed it instead of paying it up front.
It's a society that fetishizes objects, placing them above the inner worth of you as an individual. And because of this, the individual in the rat race is then treated like a meaningless statistic. And this lack of inner worth lets you submit to people above you. It lets you be treated like shit. All while the objects that will give you happiness remain elusive, always never realizing that your imagination and inner wealth holds far more value than any material possession
Your time
ever could.
holds the
And
most.
the result of all of this is a society of atomized individuals, addicted to opioids and living in nihilistic hopelessness. And this lack of purpose that comes from the rat race isn't only personal, but is actually manifesting into civilizational malaise, leading to the self-destruction of our culture and society. And when you understand all of this, is it really any surprise that our current culture is just a sewer pipe of obscene tawdry hedonism? Well, when you realize that this is
No, it's not a fucking surprise. It's not a surprise. It's actually be expected to be a lot worse.
to restrict your freedom, this next scam on our list makes a lot of sense.
Like a lot
Things would be
worse.
taken to a whole other level in 2020, with the biggest scam in this video, and that being the government's response to COVID-19. Now, it all began when governments and big tech worked hand in hand to silence anyone claiming COVID was from a lab, a fact that was later proven to be true, with governments now quietly admitting that the lab was the true origin and not the wet markets. However, this was only the start, because governments across the world would quickly put societies into lockdown, completely isolating everyone in the houses to stop the spread. And by doing this, the entire global economy was shut down, catalyzing the current recession that we're wallowing in. And within these lockdowns were more draconian measures. Now, this video could go on for hours if I was to mention every single thing, but one of the key measures was the enforcement of mask wearing, with governments claiming that wearing a little mask would help control the corona.
No, it wouldn't, and it didn't. Sure, a chirurgical mask may actually protect you like 75%, and N95 99.5%. But here's the thing: I wore a mask, I went to work, and here's the fucking joke about it: I still got COVID. Not once, twice. I got COVID twice. Why? Because it didn't matter if I was wearing the mask or not. What happened was, I actually was in contact with someone that was operating a machine, and he got COVID. He didn't know it, neither did I at the time, and I actually got infected. It's not, the mask will not help you that much. That's it. It's just a preventative measure.
Coronavirus, a fact that was also later proven to be false. But this didn't matter, because at the time government puppets like this advocated for industrial grade face masks for children. But this puppet in particular had a change of heart after her own son suffered cognitive impairments due to prolonged mask usage. And it was this revelation amongst many that exposed the alarming impact masks had on language development and social interactions in children. All while governments around the world made this mandatory, forcing all
They made it so when COVID hit, the reason why we wore masks was because the government said, and the World Health Organization said, oh hey, now you need to wear a mask in order to stop the virus from coming. Okay. 95% of the population did wear a stupid mask. Now, 2 months later, they said, oh, you know what, the chirurgical mask is no good. We actually have and actually approve the N93 and N95 standard mask, which is a lot thicker and doesn't let air out as good. Now, doing that in little children and in young adults, hell, even normal adults that are past the age of 30 and 50, actually made them stupider. I know some people that actually forgot how to write and how to speak because of the bloody mask.
Children, all adults, everyone anywhere to have to wear a mask, even though there was no health benefits to this, and it completely destroyed the population's development. And then
show me the fucking white papers that say that the mask, the N95 and N93 masks were better and stopped COVID spread than a normal chirurgical mask. They don't exist. It's all made up.
Anyone at the time who mentioned these concerns would be met with ridicule and dismissal. However, studies now
and still are met with dismissal
unequivocally show significant drops in children's IQs and language development, all caused by these mask mandates, which did absolutely nothing to stop the virus, but in turn actually destroyed the health of the population. But all voices raising these questions were silenced. The media would adopt a more sanctimonious...
Of course. Do you know why they were silenced? Because freedom of speech is a dream. Freedom of press is a dream. They do not exist. Like I said yesterday, there is this big guys at the top, like 12 to 15 people, that control everything that the media says. The governments control the narrative. If I was a government now, say for example, and I said, hey, you are a newspaper, okay? If you come out to me and say, hey, I have this, it could and potentially would destroy you, and I said, no, you're not going to bring it out, or no, this narrative does not fit into my agenda, I would then give you X amount of US dollars or X amount of money for you to actually edit it in a way that is conformally adhering to my agenda. Like, just look at what happened to the New York Times. They were one of the best newspapers, one of the best agencies, and now they are the laughingstock of the news agencies.
Tone, consistently labeling people who wouldn't wear masks as granny killers and science deniers. And it was this hypocritical shift in narrative and this train of illogical thinking that allowed the population and governments to completely ignore all the evidence against mask efficiency, along with the harmful consequences they were inflicting on the population. And all the while, the lockdowns were destroying the livelihoods of millions and millions around the world, destroying not only the development of children, but causing huge spikes in mental health issues, physical health issues, and destroying all global trade, killing entire economies in the process. And yet big tech and governments would work in tangent to censor any criticism of these measures.
They still do.
Many people in society still don't realize the true damage that lockdowns had on the population. But recently a report by The Telegraph, based on official figures from the Office for National Statistics, revealed that lockdown-related deaths surpassed those caused directly by COVID-19. The surge in undetected cancers, cardiac problems, and mental health conditions demonstrates the catastrophic consequences of prolonged isolation and disrupted healthcare services. The toll on the population is completely immeasurable. It has cost untold billions in damage, millions of people's lives, and an insane amount of excess death, averaging 1,000 per week just in the UK alone. So of course, once all this truth unraveled over the government's disastrous actions, people...
You know why they did that? You know why they actually did the lockdown? One of the two reasons. One is to stop you from actually getting infected with that virus. Okay, understandable. Another one is, aside from dumbing the population down to bring them into obedience a lot more than they were, is to actually control the blood population numbers, because we're like, what, 7.6 billion people? Give or take?
Trust in the media outlets spouting this government messaging, causing nearly 50% of UK citizens alone to no longer even trust the BBC, a company that was one of the most trusted news organisations in history. And so as trust in traditional news outlets started to wane during the coronavirus, the government then sought to alternative means to disseminate its messages. Because if people weren't believing the news, they needed a new outlet, and so they integrated themselves with pop culture even more, also that the public would absorb government messaging and ignore logical thinking. And so the government,
which is very bad,
otherwise known as the UK's Behavioural Control Unit, would admit to using unethical methods of, quote, mind control on the population, because this agency would secretly collaborate with production teams on popular TV shows like the famous Coronation Street in the UK, with the UK government going so far as to rewrite scripts in these shows to influence public opinion.
Well, what does it say? Police turn to Hollyoaks to help combat neo-Nazi groups. What the fuck?
And to make anyone criticizing these government lockdown measures seem like just another crazy, silly conspiracy theorist.
Dangerous how? Like the MMR vaccine causes autism. A lot of kids went unprotected, a lot of them got really ill. And Griff's secret cabal owning the media and banks is also a classic anti-Semitic trope.
And in fact, this was so important for the government to maintain control during COVID that these government-controlled TV shows were the only things permitted to continue as normal during the coronavirus lockdowns. We're talking about Coronation Street and EastEnders being one of the only things to maintain its freedom. Things that were actually good to keep the population healthy, like gyms, were all forced to close. And yet Coronation Street and EastEnders, these government-controlled programs, were permitted to continue as normal. And there's a reason why. The power of screens and TV programs in shaping beliefs cannot be underestimated. Because TV shows put you in highly suggestible states, which means that information from these shows can go straight into your subconscious, altering your beliefs and giving you new beliefs from the top, putting you into an alpha state, a state which is like daydreaming, a trance-like daydreaming state that turns off your neocortex when you watch these things, allowing information to go straight into your long-term memory. And this is how governments across the world convinced the entire global population to be content with the fact that they were stuck inside their house, their businesses destroyed, and their mental health is being ruined. And today there has been absolutely no consequences for the people that have caused such historic damage on the world. And
so
it's
the
never
going
goes
to be
on
any.
and on, facilitating the growth of all these other scams we mentioned in this list.
And it's not going to be. There are no consequences for the morons that actually destroyed the population. Okay, now let's go back to San Andreas. Go back to it. And after that, I'm gonna show you how electronic parts get recycled. Go to Jesus Club. So the pimp. I need 30k. No, I'm not gonna use any cheats. Come on. Come on. Ah, fuck it. Let's run on it. Nope. No running. Just steal another car.
Hello there.
Radio off. Yes. Holy shit, that looks bad.
Uy, what a strong bitch. Oh. Ever had half and half with a sucia like me?
Yeah, go on.
I'll do things your ruca won't.
I'm listening, honest.
I'm no slut, but I need the feria.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, puto.
Oh, shut up. Next.
What's your problem?
Oh, nice.
Later, ese.
Hey, Jizzy, it's Carl. I just dropped off.
Mm-hmm. In Hasbury, huh? You are no police officer. Yeah, I need 30k. So, time to do some jobs.
Here comes my plan.
Shit!
I'll take that paper.
Shit. Back to Gigi. This is not even a lowrider, you moron. At least get it right.
What you been drinking?
There we go. Come on. Move it. Nice. The Pimp Mobile, huh? That's a nice name for a car. If you're a pimp.
Wait, what a strong bitch.
But yeah, now I have no chat, literally. So I'll actually catch up to you guys later, after this. Like after this game.
But I need the feria.
Uh-huh. Real interest.
Whatever, puto.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Later, ese.
Hey, Jizzy, it's Carl. I just
Yeah. We already know how this mission is gonna run. So, go prepared. Let's go. Back. Mm-hmm.
Here comes my player. Now you in real trouble.
Swear you have no business touching me.
Okay. Back to the Pimp Mobile.
Hey, it's CJ. Just to let you know, you don't have to worry about no competition in
Mhm.
Asbury.
Worry.
So she's named Paul. Paul.
Oh, fuck you two.
This is down where I got it.
To America.
Get back in the Pimp Mobile.
Mr. Jizzy.
Hotel downtown. Shut up.
Oh, Will.
I wanna see how big the master file is going to be for this. Yeah, it's 720. But I wanna see how big it's going to be. Like It's been like cup time for like 5-6 hours.
Do the bad luck charm, flunky.
Mm-hmm.
Did you buy your license?
The devil comes to claim his own. Godspeed, driver. Godspeed. We need more than just the Lord's benefaction.
Okay. Keep up with them. Now that I have it.
Look where you going.
Okay. Found how to fire.
Don't worry, girl. The Lord's army will come to our aid. Now just keep on dressing. That's right. Put your hand there.
Come on.
You hit me, Hawk.
You fool! Okay, I'm not allowed to use the RPG on it. Otherwise I would RPG the fuck out of it. It's the phone that you need.
I gave up the gym when my wife left.
Everything.
Done. Oh, back to Jizzy. Back to the pimp missions. Dude, and this was just one mission. Oh boy.
I'm gonna lose my temper real good in a minute.
So we got 3K. Get out. T-Bone Mendes.
Okay. Now it's very important that you listen to me. I ain't no retard, amigo. What you...
Skip that. Get the ambulance van. Next one, the next one. I would go. Your government? I didn't know you had the government in Mexican, fool. what's the plan for today? So after this 2 next missions, I'm gonna collect some cash, like 30k in total. And then I'm going to play some Warframe to see the fuck the rank is what it needs. Okay, so it's over there. Oh boy, I remember this mission. This is gonna be pain in the cock.
I ain't backing down, bitch.
Okay, next. Shit.
Disclaimer: this stream is for mature audiences. If you suffer from ass-hurt syndrome or any similar syndromes, you've been warned. This is content for those that are not faint of heart and can actually take a joke. Watch under your own discretion. I'm not viable to any psychological or physical damages that may occur to you with this. You've been warned thrice.
Yes, there we go. Next. Whoa! Holy shit! The fuck?
You really wanna fight me?
The fuck? I was not expecting that. Open them up. Fuck yeah. Holy shit, that was a long one. Shit. And I hate when I have literally no ammo. Shit. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, I'm gonna do it. Shit. Whoa. No, it's not. Whoa, the SWAT team is here. Holy shit, what the fuck is going on? The fuck is going on? I have an entire SWAT team on my ass. No, 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 no. No! Shit, I didn't save. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna do this with a car instead. It's a lot better. Sure, it may piss me off by driving, like the fact that I have to get in and out. I may lose some time, but I'm gonna do it this way. It's a lot better. Considering I have no ammo, literally.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Carl, it's...
I have Woozy. Nice. Very nice. Now let's go into this mission, and after this I'm gonna switch to Warframe, most likely. Okay, first of all, let me find the car that's actually built for this, for what I'm about to do. Yeah, there's nothing down there, let me see. Yes. Give me that Civic. Give me that Civic. Shit, why? Okay, fuck it. Give me the car.
Hey, just take it. I've got another.
Ah, screw you!
Give me the fucking car. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it with a car. I said I'm gonna do it with a car and I'm gonna do it with a car.
Did you steal your license?
Come on, get up, get up. Get up, I wanna actually drive you over. And I'm gonna take your car, your weapons as well. Come on. Shit. Yeah, that's a problem if you don't have any weapons. And you also don't have the cash to spend.
Get off the road if you're not gonna drive!
Package collected. Next. Next packet. And up, we go.
Oh man! Oh man!
Next. Shit. Next. Give us the last one. Come on. There we go. Shit! Ouch, my crotch. You know that's the wrong side. There we go. Can this be done? Now I need only to save.
Hey, Caesar, what up?
I got the lowdown on Smoke's yay.
Gotta make this quick. Mike doesn't got much time on his battery left. He says he can hear seagulls. Mike can hear gulls.
Seagulls? Shit, that could be anywhere in this town.
He can hear heavy machinery.
Seagulls and heavy machinery? What is that, a building site or landfill or something?
There's a building site in Doherty.
Come on. Move it. Yeah, if you are actually wondering why I'm not responding to chat, if you guys are writing anything, I only have one monitor at this moment. My old one died. Secondary monitor died. So I would actually appreciate it if you were actually patient enough with me on this. And at least until I get another monitor, which is on the 15th of this month, so in a few days. 26.
He says he can hear a truck reversing. He says it's busy like a freight depot or something.
Freight? Oh, they must be down at the docks.
Get to the docks in Easter Basin. Hey, we'll be there in a minute, Mike. Shit, he says they stopped, then he heard gunfire. He thinks they just shot their way through a security gate.
They don't have heavy security at the docks, but they do at the airport's freight depot.
To the airport, rápido. Mike can hear aircraft taking off and landing.
Damn! You fell off? Don't make me make a move.
Respond to a 1081 in Black Eastern Basin. Suspect left team on foot.
Don't care. I'm gonna switch games now. Anyways, so don't care about what it says. Now the reason why I'm switching games is because one game at a time is actually kind of boring, so I do need a bit of variety. So, time for save. Ooh, nice. Nice landing. Nope. Okay, so... Oh, Abdo! Legora, hello to you too, guys. Sorry for that. Hey bro, please tell me you're not recording this. No, I'm not. I'm getting the master file. The fuck was that? King, bye. Say hi and have fun. Yeah, thanks, man. Turn off the siren. Bro, San Andreas bikes are like tanks, yeah. Yeah, now we're actually gonna play some Warframe. Yep. Now we're going to Warframe. Okay, so I need the QA. Control C. Control V. Wanna do some... Yeah, sure. Sure, but I only have one monitor, so I cannot see any redeems or shit like that. So that's a problem. Also, fun fact, you now have access to the live channel. Abdo, you now have access to the live channel. Yeah, I can send you a link so that you can download it. Yeah, sure. Finish a capture mission without a kill count. Do anything but easy. Easy. This is too easy. What I wanted to do, unmodded, easy. Just use the fuck you. I'm just gonna use the fuck you, man. In case you don't know what the fuck you is, it's a negative damage stag build.
Good fortune.
Oh, nice. Resource drop. Okay, let's see. What do we have? Okay, Steinax. Nice. Double affinity. Nice, nice, nice. So first of all, let me get the Steinax and feed him to the helmet. There it goes. The son of a bitch needs 2 weeks of farming. Yep. Yes. You said only the stag. Oh yeah, the fuck you. I forgot. Yep. Give me a moment. Let me make it a bit harder on myself. I'm gonna take out one mod. This is with negative damage. Dude, I can actually do it at 0. But the problem is, it's not gonna be the stag, it's gonna be my feet. That's gonna do the damage. So a bit of damage, so that I can actually do shit. Yes. Yes. Easy. Unmodded. Do you wanna see how much it does unmodded? You want it completely unmodded. 1 second, which one are you? You're the 10k stag. Okay, so let me show you how much it does unmodded. Yes. Okay, good. It does 75, so I'm already going with negative damage. Like literally negative damage. Let's see. Can I get something to get it like literally 93? Ah, shit. Let me actually build up that thing again, and then I'm gonna do unmodded. What do I have over here? Oh. Marking force. So, this is unmodded. 75 is what it does. What mission? Okay, 1 second for my yes. Let me build some health things. And the forma. Do I have any blueprints? Is a question. No, I don't. Fuck, I'm out of blueprints. Unequip everything else. Oh yeah, host migration. Void cap. So I'm not gonna unequip my keys because it's a speed thing. It's a shield thing, so I'm making it even harder on me. Void cap. You want void cap. Terminate cap. Which one? If I remember correctly, there are 2 of them. Yep, there are 2 of them. And no HUD. Okay, which one though? Which one? Because there are 2. There is Uko, and then there is Happy. Which one? Okay, let me check how to know HUD it. Interface. HUD, no. The higher level, okay. So, Uko. Uko Bugo.
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
Hello.
Target located. Bring them in. They cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly.
Dead. Done. Now to extraction.
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
Nope. Wrong side.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Yeah, no, it's not here, right? Nope. Okay, let's go. Nope, other side.
Here I am to perform my contractually obligated butt saving.
Okay.
Stand back, pew pew, whatever.
What abilities used? What? Dude, I didn't use any abilities. What abilities used does it say? Fuck. Oh, there you go. What was the obligatory challenge? Now. All-rounder. Yes. Yeah, it is fun to watch Yeet. Oh yeah, shit, I have the Yeet Master to go through yet. And it'll do. Stop. Yep. Overrated toxin and what's oh yes, I remember what error 69 was. Attack speed overdrive. It'll do. What do I even have on this? Oh. Makes sense. Okay, so let me actually do the following. Let me actually level it up. Yeah, what are they even using? Red. There we go. What do you want to be the oh. That's a very good question. Most likely about the game for now. I have a 30-minute segment on reacting to shit. So that's a good thing. 35 minutes of it.
Conduit is open. Go now.
Yeah, that's funded for me. This is a shit group. Twenty-eight. There we go. Did he just say Ubu? And this is why I nicknamed this weapon the Yeet Master. You're seeing the why I actually nicknamed this weapon the Yeet Master. Yeah, they are out. There we go.
The sanctuary will go on without you.
Now I wanna see how many kills I got. Mission score 67,000. So, 13% of the damage dealt, 20% taken, 92 kills, 1 headshot, no melee, no nothing. Fire accuracy, yeah, okay, I was actually shooting at per hit. So first of all, let me control our Discord. Because I don't like when it does that shit. Control R. Now let's see what it actually put me on. Yet. Why yet? Let me check. Oh nice, someone's playing B4. Yes, it did put me on. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Now then, let me put that on general. And with the Git master done, Git master Darius, let me the Git to still 74k damage. Why the fuck not? Let me check something. Profile. Syndicates. Where the fuck is Garrison? The fuck? Okay, now I actually do need it. I do actually need it, so I do need the wiki. Synopsis, spiral, conclusion. Synopsis, walkthrough, no. 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 Okay, let me see what the fuck is that.
Wer kommt aufs Titelbild für den besten Kredit des Jahres? Nein, nein, ja, Sonja Schmidt. Die Finanzierung für Wohn- und Arbeitszimmer. Genial.
Dank smava.de findet jeder die besten Kredite zu Top-Konditionen. Sonja, du Kreditrakete. Wenn Kredit, dann...
No, the last level is 255.
Oh, I need to rank up opportunity. That's the shit I need to level up. Abdo, you wanna play? On the video? Okay, nice. So it is actually open world. Okay, let's see what we have. We have Cora, we have this thing and this thing, so Cora. Cora it is, configure. Yes. Queller, Ragor Prime, New Core, F.
There is a rankness in the air today, Drifter. The sour entitlement of spoiled children.
The covetous courtier.
Oh, nice.
Creatures of the deep void are assaulting the Undercroft, tearing rents in its fabric. Seal them up again, or worse foes than Thrax may emerge. The void can heal as well as harm. Gather the floating spheres and take them to the ruptures. Void angels are unrelenting. You are all that is keeping them at bay. Hold fast. Fight on. Close the ruptures as you would staunch the wounds of a comrade. Has been sealed. Excellent work. The rupture is closed. The paradox stabilizes. Miscreant. Through the wall, their master will be freed. Do not allow that to happen. The enemy has been held at bay. Congratulations are in order.
Okay, next.
It is my duty to make extraordinary demands of exceptional people. Endurance is defiance.
Survival.
Prove you can endure the Undercroft at its most oppressive.
Come on. Come on. Okay. There we go. I'm deleting your resistances.
Life support drop imminent.
I don't care about life support.
Life support will be scarce. Do not waste it.
Okay, time to delete them. Another like 76 seconds. Come on. There we go.
undercroft is inexhaustible.
Mm-hmm. London's raids.
Many defensive battles within the Origin system were lost. Through the paradox, you now have the chance to undo those defeats. The enemy musters for a fresh assault. Hold the line.
Ridicule.
No time to rest. Already a new onslaught begins.
Yeah, this is literally deleting them. This is literally bullying. This is literally bullying, man.
Enemies incoming. Stand fast. This battle is already half won.
Yeah, like I said, this is bullying.
The winds blow fiercely. The rains do not relent. Still, the stout bow stands.
Using the queller here is bullying. One more wave.
Prepare yourself. A fresh wave approaches. enemy has been scattered to the void.
Yeah, this is quote-unquote bullying, man.
Your sword aside and rest, or fight on.
Assassin's Rush.
Secrets lie buried deep within the Undercroft. The Paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered. Extractor in place. Extractor charge expended. An extractor requires power. I sense another void treasure. Extractor deploying. A new extraction site may now be claimed.
There we go.
Extractor in place.
Yes. Just deleted your existence.
An extractor is out of power. Marking void treasure extraction site.
Okay. There we go.
An extractor is out of power.
There we go.
Have gained much. If you choose, you may now leave. Do not expect me to tell you when to stop. Judge
Killer's confidence.
Confront the maddened ones who walk the undercroft, the shadows of armies that do not yet exist. Ensure they never become fully real.
Another killer's confidence. Okay. Mm-hmm. Hey gamers, Non-CTS Andreas has an awesome update, yep. Yeah, it was awesome. How are you doing though, man? How are you doing, gamers? So, where are you? Here. When I need to get to rank 9 ASAP. An opportunity. Doing well to play some Diablo 4. I'm gonna get it once it's going on sale. Because here's the thing, on the 15th I'm picking a secondary monitor, but when I'm gonna pick it up myself, we can play together. I played Diablo 1 through Reaper of Souls, including the expansions and everything. Immortal I did not touch because I found it idiotic, but every other Diablo I played. Aside from 4 and Immortal. Why didn't I play Immortal? Because it's a cash grab. It's a cash grab, clear and simple. How did I miss you? There we go.
You have calmed the storm. Return to the world above.
Next is Void Blood.
You not to be content with merely doing enough. The paradox has drawn void angels to besiege the undercroft. Undo what their claws have done, or Duviri may fall to something worse even than Thrax. The spheres you see are ambient void energy. Gather as much as you can, and use it to heal the damage.
weapons path. Dead.
The rupture is closed. The paradox stabilizes.
Yep, that's the first time I died.
Close the ruptures as you would staunch the wounds of a comrade.
Okay, after we some out.
If the Void Angels break through the wall, their master will be freed. Do not allow that to happen. A breach has been sealed. Excellent work. The Void Angels are unrelenting. You are all that is keeping them at bay. Hold fast.
Come on.
Duviri's defenses are weakest here. You have done well to reinforce them.
Okay. Now let's see how many intrinsics we got. Why didn't I get any intrinsics? We go to the Dharma zone. I put that mix up. Good, that's good, man. Now let's see.
I won't ask where you've been lately. I can tell from the dust on your boots.
Okay, yeah, no. I need to play the normal Duvir. I need to play the normal Duvir in order to get the intrinsics.
Bombestein, Deviri's preening peacock,
Mhm.
was consumed by envy. Oh, many envied him, but he cared nothing for that.
I am better than any of them. Fate and small jealous others have conspired to inflict this upon me. You. Will you defy their cruelty and aid me?
That oaf bars my way every time I try to return to the palace.
Wouldn't he look so much better coughing his last while you loot his chest of goods?
Do you suppose that you have won, worm?
Next.
Bombestein was never satisfied. He wanted more, for all that others had was an affront to his being.
Cunning devices like this feed the theory with power, just so those witless peasants can piss it away. It's wasted on them.
Recalibrate it in my favor.
Make your peace, vagrant.
Where from? To the heal.
Behind his acts of kindness and generosity lay but one thought.
To the other craft.
How can this performance benefit me?
I want what a man of my talent and worth rightly deserves.
And that includes the Undercroft that Thrax guards so jealously.
Off you pop.
Secrets lie buried deep within the Undercroft. The Paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered. Extractor in place. An extractor is out of power. treasure location established. Excavator under attack. Extractor deploying. A new extraction site may now be claimed.
There we go. Just one.
Extractor deploying. I sense another void treasure.
Come on.
Enemies are assaulting your excavator.
Doesn't matter. Two seconds.
Excavator under attack. You have gained much. If you choose, you may now
Living under pro.
Like a child becoming bored with each new toy, Bombastine moved from one fixation to the next.
Some days I yearn for the simple life of a farmer. No reason why I shouldn't have that, of course. Why don't you round me up a herd of my own?
I'm assuming it's free per player.
peasant you are, and a peasant you shall always be.
If Bombstein could only have loved himself, he might not have yearned to become someone else.
Ah, that. She has them wrapped around her little finger. Oh, boys, go smack Bombastein's bot for me. They won't be expecting you.
There's confidence on top of it.
Bombstein thought his self-doubt was his alone. If
Bloodhounds
only he had
raids.
known how many others suffer too.
Enter Undercroft.
Ah, the Undercroft. A seething mass of void-ridden potential, spiced with childish nightmares. Give me some.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, you can't.
Like an infected wound, the paradox breeds defenders out of the raw void. Contain the paradox. Kill the enemy.
Why did he leave? Come on.
You have calmed the storm. Return to the world above.
I'll see she never sings again. It was me that gave her
Version Bonanza. Look on private.
the stage, not that ungrateful heart.
Okay, give me a moment. Discord, right?
The aura worm must be subdued. For that, I offer you my Orvius. The rest is up to you.
Okay, it's connecting.
Is envy? A hunger
Give it a moment.
never sated. A gift never enough. It darkens the sunny days with a wanting that never is met.
Bombastein's bitter envy.
Give me a moment to actually take care of that thing, of that worm.
I see you chasing me.
The aura worm cannot be subdued out in the open. Use the Orvius and find a way to force it back to its lair.
What? Game, are you fucking kidding me?
Not a free ride.
You are nothing more than a passenger. Seize control.
Come on. Come on.
Quickly, take the beast through the portal.
Okay, come on.
descent is inelegant, but devastating.
Yes. About fucking time.
Don't you dare deny me this!
About fucking time. One down. Two down. Three down.
Aren't you persistent?
Look at the beautiful wormholes. How long they are.
Find a way to stop its spawn.
Come on. Done.
Bravely done. For this one
No
night,
doom shades.
Duviri is calm.
What did you do?
What does she do with a drunken sailor? What does she do with a drunken sailor? Yep. Yep, there we go. So about content, it's gonna be primarily about Warframe. So first things first. Second of all, it will be about political issues, my opinion on some shit, Slipad, and different games like San Andreas. So I got 50, so that means let's go to the Dormazon. Live squad, Dormazon. What time is it? 12 AM.
Let's see. I'll have your secrets out of you.
No.
Everyone.
Yes. Yeah, I need to go to opportunity, got it. Got it. Now let me take a break and show you guys how it is, but recycling on electronics works. Yep, there it is.
When you think of electronics manufacturing in Asia, understandably, there are a lot of words that probably pop into your mind. toxic chemicals, air pollution, hazardous waste, e-waste, heavy metals. And you know what? These are real problems that anyone with half a
4
brain
hours, 14
can
minutes.
hopefully agree that we need to solve. So then, what is being done on the small island nation of Taiwan, where according to The Economist, 40% of their annual exports are electronic devices manufactured by companies like ASUS, HTC, and Acer. To find out,
By the way,
we
3
went
pages
about
to
an
see they
hour
don't
out of the
exist
city
anymore.
to sit down and chat with Mr. Stan Su, the president of Su's Recycling Technology, Inc.
我们环保 N 期也可以看得到低碳城市矿山的一个无害化制成、资源循环、循环经济这一块，我们做的是在全球是非常卓著的。
Cooler Master's 25th anniversary edition, Cosmos 2, features a unique
this is an old
dual
video.
curved tempered glass side panel. Check it out now at the link below.
I wonder if
In
that case
circuit
still
board
exists.
manufacturing, as in baking, there is always some leftover material when the finished product is cut out.
True.
But unlike baking, you can't just fold it up and cut again.
No,
So
you
what
can't.
do you do? To answer that, SRTI was kind enough to take us deep inside the bowels of one of their 4 facilities here in Taoyuan, Taiwan, where they're using techniques created in collaboration with several universities under the supervision of the Environmental Protection Bureau to extract valuable metals like gold, silver, and platinum from leftovers so they can be reused instead of ending up in a landfill or a pile in a developing country somewhere.
Which is smart,
and the goal
actually.
is to do this in the most ecologically responsible way possible. So some of the e-waste coming in the door takes a pretty familiar form. Printed circuit boards, integrated circuits, and the like. These get picked up from partners, shredded right in front of the partners to protect their valuable intellectual property, and then the shreds get placed into these stainless steel cages. They're round so that they can be spun around like a clothes dryer to optimize contact with the solvent that you have got to be kidding me. Cyanide? Immediately, I was like, is that safe? And they were like, of course not. What a stupid question. That's why we have these gas detectors, fume hoods, and goofy clothes. So anyway, the crane grabs the cage and submerges it in the cyanide, spins it around, and then as little as 3 to 4 minutes later, depending on the elements in the waste, it can be pulled out, washed, cooled, dried, and then opened to reveal some scraps from LED production. So what you see here is a stripped gold copper alloy.
Yep.
Any exposed gold has actually been dissolved into the cyanide. So it gets put into these 1-ton drums for further processing. But we'll come back to that a little bit later. First, we need to take a look at some of the e-waste that you might not recognize as potentially valuable. These bags are full of cloths that were used to
Microfiber
clean
cloths.
electronic parts during manufacturing. So they pick up trace amounts of valuable metals like aluminum, silver, and maybe even gold that can be extracted by the coolest means possible, with fire.
True.
But burning these cloths normally would release toxic and environmentally harmful chemicals called dioxins. So that's where the furnace, as it's been nicknamed, comes in. Unlike some crude burn barrel, it uses 2 combustion chambers. A primary one to burn down the fabric and
the
melt
secondary
metals
one
like silver,
for exhaust.
and a secondary chamber that takes the exhaust and turns it up to around 1,000 degrees Celsius to destroy the dioxins, then rapidly drops the temperature down to 200 degrees Celsius to prevent them from reforming. This process can yield as much as 1 kilogram of silver per 100 kilograms of cloth, and a lot of ash that can actually be used for concrete production. The remnants from the burning process come with us to the next station. They're heated up in a titanium container in a Kingswater bath. This mixture of hydrochloric and nitric acid dissolves gold and platinum, but not the other so-called noble metals. Then, anything that we don't need gets filtered out here before the yellow liquid is carted over to the next station, electrolysis. They are used to extract the gold from both our King's Water and cyanide solutions from before. The negative terminal is on the left and the positive is on the right, with a stirring motor in the middle. The terminals will collect other things, while the gold, in a porous form called sponge gold, collects in a titanium container. This process continues for 24 hours, and the voltages applied to extract this purity of gold are apparently trade secrets that they wouldn't allow us to show. Once all the gold is extracted, the liquid gets transferred to another facility where they're focused on taking out silver. Leading us then finally to where the magic really happens, the casting room. Our sponge gold is heated to over 1,000 degrees. The vapors you see being captured by the fume hood are small acid impurities. Then, some regular household borax is added to act as a flux and purifying agent, and the gold gets poured into a cast.
Ingot. Yep. And that's how ingots are made. From electronics.
Yes, my friends, you are witnessing the birth of a gold brick. The cast gets poured into water to cool and harden it. Then, it's actually still pretty warm when it comes out. Our 4 to 5 nines fine grade 2 kilogram gold brick is ready for polishing and transfer to the vault, which they unfortunately wouldn't let us inside.
Of course they wouldn't.
I don't even know how much. What's 2 kilos of gold worth?
See your smile. Take off the mask and see your smile.
So, how much is this one worth?
Maybe 2,040,000 NT dollars.
Oh, like 100,000 Canadian or so? Sorry. No, not so much.
So each month then, the 130 people working at SRTI turn about 200 metric tons of what would otherwise be e-waste into 100 kilograms
silver,
of
bronze,
gold,
and palladium.
800 to 900 kilograms of silver, and about a metric ton of copper. Unbelievable. A huge shout out to them for allowing us behind the scenes to see how they've built an amazing business out of reusing and recycling precious materials while minimizing the environmental impact of the electronics manufacturing taking place on their island home.
And that's how e-waste gets recycled.
You've probably heard, maybe even on this show, that browsing the internet with a VPN is safer and more secure.
And that's how it's made. Give me a moment. I need to turn down the fan. Literally turn it down. Oh, why still turn it off? Because I don't need it now. I don't really need it. So, let's go. Let me see, what's the timer now like? Will it pop up? No, why? Why though? Okay. Yes. So borders, yes. Yes. Chat transfers, yes. There we go. Save. Skip. Yes. Check something, yes. No, let me check it on secondary account. Nope. Still waiting for new messages. Wait. Okay, how long will you take? Okay, you're not gonna go. Okay, got it. Got it. Very experience, let's go. Let's hope I get a good squad. Well, if you guys want, I am still open to do it. Like, I'm still open to do the video with you guys. Wait. Yeah, connected. TF? Literally the fuck? Okay. Nice to have a full squad. No. Sec, what are you doing? Okay, what's your script? Oh, sweet. Quick. Corbin Ray, Sibaris, yes. Itu ke email package email tentang PKB.
The covetous courtier.
I should have actually done more than just that. So, yes.
Bombstein was never satisfied. He wanted more, for all that others had was an affront to his being.
I want everything. Every coin, every thread, every blade of grass. The terms in the field. Yes! Steal them for me!
Sorry about that.
Who's a good boy?
Come on, move it. Move it.
In the king's name, halt up.
Let's see. Yeah, no, there is no fucking number. Okay. Getting close. Yeah, push back. Check approach.
Sling your hook. I have work to do.
Come on. Shit. Really? Come on, that's gonna be annoying. Did it press? No. Combustion smallest. Again? Fine.
With sweet words, he
And finally.
persuaded others to his side, but his thoughts were only ever of himself.
Sadly, that's it for me, bro. Okay, man. Yeah, long working week. Same here. I'm gonna complete this mission and then go to sleep.
So jealously. Off you pop.
Don't worry, though. Fuck!
Creatures of the deep void are assaulting the undercroft, tearing rents in its fabric. Seal them up again, or worse foes than Thrax may emerge. The void can heal as well as harm. Gather the floating spheres and take them to the ruptures.
With each new conquest, never once did he think, surely that is enough. Surely now I can stop.
Do not shout. You'll all be able to see.
The Void Angels are unrelenting. You are all that is keeping them at bay. Hold fast. Fight on. Close the ruptures as you would staunch the wounds of a comrade.
Mm-hmm.
The rupture is closed. The paradox stabilizes. A breach has been sealed. Excellent work.
Come on.
If the Void Angels break through the wall, their master will be freed. Do not allow that to happen.
Done.
Doviri's defenses are weakest here. You have done well to reinforce them.
Mm-hmm.
Outlaw? This poor creature is suffering. It would mean ever so much to me. Were you to relieve them of their affliction?
It is unjust that Thrax has the sole power of life and death. I want some too. Nearby, a man is marked for execution. Save his life, that I may also, rightly, be thought of as Lord of Life and Death. A favor! Rescue me so that my vulnerable never attached to the shoulders which you see before me. I never doubted not all in seconds. In a music. Und that
Basic tremors. Okay.
wonderful. Until next round.
You are soft as pudding.
Demented beyond hope of return, Bombastine set his heart on the throne. Was he not as good a king as Thrax?
Thrax's power is rooted in the Undercroft. Without it, he's not that big of a deal. Not really. Perhaps you should make your way inside.
God is great! Names are Catholic suicide bombers. What a fun day. God is
No, that's not that. Because I cannot see
Is
that.
it racist to say that sounds better in Arabic?
Yep, it was MC. It's not the first hommie said that again. What? Does it still? Still? Fuck me. Dude, I changed it 3 times. I changed it 3 times, man. Here. Health must be fixed. What you're saying, may, yeah. Yeah, let's put a multilingual on it. Okay, yes. Now what's your problem? Good. I'm gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Stream info. Sorry for that though. There you go. Let's see. Let me see. Before actually going back to the game. Yeah. Yeah, here. This is the third time I'm changing it. Third fucking time.
Little by little, the madness of the Undercroft is curbed.
Bombastine thought his self-doubt was his alone. If only he had known how many others suffer too.
When people have more wealth than they can spend, they hide it. People like that make me sick. I want you to find what they stashed and give it to me.
Victory. Venom stats. Majestic Strike.
I'll see she never sings again. It was me that gave her that voice. It's I who deserves the stage, not that ungrateful harpy. Me! Me! Me!
Oh, sotabombastiin.
You will need my Orvius to challenge this Aura Worm. Find it.
Success.
What dragon is envy? A hunger never sated, a gift never enough. It darkens the sunny days with a wanting that never is met.
The Aura Worm Bombastine is as jealous as his master. He craves the validation of victory.
You wish you were this fast.
To tame a wild cave, it must be ridden. The Aura Worm is no different.
This is not a free ride.
Master the brute while you can. Now, use the beast. Destroy Thrax's bonds.
Yeah, come on.
Force the creature through the portal. Only in its lair will it be vulnerable.
Okay, come on.
The beast is cornered. Wear it down, but be alert. Worms have many tricks.
You wouldn't take these liberties with any other worm.
Of course I would. Where is the last one? There we go.
What enviable determination.
Little ones will gladly die for their creator.
Find a way to stop its spawn.
There we go.
Bravely done. For this one night at least, Duviri is calm.
What happened? My head. Why can't I remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Yep. Dude, I changed 3 fucking times. 2 of them you were here for. Two of them you were here for, man. Okay, last one before I actually go to sleep. Well, Kitty, Excalibur, and Yareli. Sure. Going to try. No, it's melee. Christmas scanner. Foreign. Christmas scanner. And gremlins.
Bombastine will be abroad today. A petty man, hiding behind a mask of ingratiating smiles.
The covetous courtier.
Hours I've spent gazing into void mirrors. And here you are, with some mysterious benefactor gazing back. Deal with those decks, and see what your friend wants.
What go? Bounce back. Come on. Toxic approach. There we go.
With sweet words, he persuaded others to his side, but his thoughts were only ever of himself.
Thrax's power is rooted in the Undercroft. Without it, he's not that big of a deal. Not really. Perhaps you should make your way inside for a little takeover bid.
Okay, let's see. What's the objective, game? Exterminator club.
History dictates that this Tenno asset was destroyed in a grave setback to the cause. Let us rewrite that event. The winds blow fiercely. The rains do not relent. Still, the stout bow stands. Enemies incoming. Stand fast.
Do not shout. You'll all be able to see. Aye.
Okay.
The enemy musters for a fresh assault. Hold the line.
My patience is being tested.
Prepare yourself. A fresh wave approaches.
My patience is being tested with this game mode. One more wave.
No time to rest. Already a new onslaught begins.
Okay, let's see.
The enemy has been exhausted. If only for now.
With each new conquest, never once did he think, surely that is enough. Surely now I can stop.
There goes Raggle-Taggle Bombastine, with nothing to his name but bad verses and fire.
Get me money, Drifter. I want to drift with gold.
Close contagion.
Demented beyond hope of return, Bombastine set his heart on the throne. Was he not as good a king as Thrax?
Cunning devices like this feed to Fury with power, just so those witless peasants can piss it away. It's wasted on them. Recalibrate it in my favor.
Back to Rico. So that's 5 and 6.
Bombastine thought his self-doubt was his.
Entra undercut.
If only he had known how many others suffer too.
Whoever controls the Undercroft grasps all of Duveri by the roots. I won't let its reputation stand in the way of claiming what's mine. Get in and do what you have to.
Nice. Nice warframe.
Secrets lie buried deep within the Undercroft. The Paradox provides the means to extract them. You must protect the excavators and keep them powered. Extractor in place. An extractor requires power.
Mm-hmm.
Extractor charge expended. Void treasure location established.
Come on.
Extractor deploying.
Mm-hmm.
A new extraction site may now be claimed.
Come on. Yeah, this is the last mission before I actually close the game and literally close the stream. I need to update the security updates, sadly.
Extractor in place. I sense another void treasure. An extractor is out of power.
Mhm. Come on. Nice.
You have gained much. If you choose, you may now leave.
It's not fair. The things I did were supposed to break her,
Perso il bonanza.
not make her his favorite. I was meant to be the one who was loved. Me. It's not fair.
Our mutual friend waits with my Orvius. If you desire to subdue this oral worm, take it.
What dragon is envy? A hunger never sated, a gift never enough. It darkens the sunny days with a wanting that never is met.
Bombastein's bitter envy seethes with venom and spite.
Okay, what the fuck is that worm? I found it.
You're beneath me, and you always will be.
To tame a wild Kaith, it must be ridden. The oral worm is no different.
Okay, let's go. Last one.
This ruin offers little shelter. Stay mobile.
Wouldn't take these liberties with any other worm!
Come on. Come on, what's the next one? Come on. Bring out the worms.
I'll devour everything that makes you.
Look at the beautiful wormlings. How loyal they are.
Okay, last one.
To stop its spawn.
There we go.
Bravely done. For this one night at least, Duviri is calm.
What happened?
Mm-hmm.
My head. Why can't I remember?
Okay, let's go. Yep, and with that I'm out. If once this guy actually does his shit. Now let's see who to send it to. No. No. It's the same category. Okay, 1 second. But yet. Slash raid.